Markets are falling. Interest rates may pivot. Global trade is being restructured. Is this an opportunity or a fear for financial advisors like us? You see, every market shakeup creates two responses. Number one is a panic for some, and number two is planning for others. With interest rates likely to shift, tariffs hitting cross-border flows, and liquidity being reshuffled, the wealthy are already starting to restructure their assets. They are not just worried about returns, they're worried about control. When markets become unpredictable, the wealthy don't wait. They restructure. They don't just reallocate investments, they're moving assets into trusts, corporate structures, and off-balance sheet solutions. Because every time the rules change, they play a smarter game. This is where asset structuring becomes the most powerful conversation an advisor can have. I still remember during the COVID recession in 2020, I told more mentoring family to shift their conversations from investments to protection. Back then, it felt like a small pivot. For those of you who did it, it opened up massive opportunities. Now, in 2025, I see the next wave. Clients are craving clarity, stability, and long-term control. And that's exactly what asset structuring offers. Why is every top advisor mastering asset structuring in 2025? What if we only had 4 years to make that change that will affect our industry? That's exactly the situation we are in right now. Asset structuring isn't just a trend, it's quickly becoming the new standard in our industry, and I strongly believe it will be the norm within the next 4 years. You can either start learning now or find yourself playing catch up later. Hi, my name is Dr. Sanjay Tolani, and I help stagnated financial advisors get to the next level. Because in our business, the most important thing is about building the right structure. You see, in 2024, I achieved over 327 TOTs, but that was because I was able to not just meet more clients or find new clients, but because I have kind of figured out how to close bigger cases. And one of the core features, or one of the most important factors in closing big cases, is the art of asset structuring. But I wasn't always where I am today. Like many of you, I started off chasing small cases, working long hours, and hitting income plateaus. I wasn't until I shifted my focus to asset structuring that I began to see real growth in my business. So, without further ado, let's jump into today's lesson by answering some questions I've been getting from advisors. Dr. Sanjay, why is asset structuring such a big deal? How can I start working with high net worth clients through asset structuring? Is this really going to become the future of our industry? Why is asset structuring the future of financial planning? So let's now dive into why asset structuring is important for every single advisor to help change their career. Why is asset structuring the future of financial planning? The insurance industry is evolving, and now high net worth clients are not just looking for basic protection, but they're looking for sophisticated strategies that will help them preserve and grow their wealth. This is where asset structuring comes in. It allows you to protect your clients' wealth from taxes, creditors, and lawsuits while helping them achieve their estate planning goals. But why should this matter to you? Imagine how powerful it would be if you're already ahead of the curve while others are still figuring it out. This expertise will not only help you close bigger cases, but it will also position you as a trusted advisor, not just someone selling insurance. To help you understand the impact of asset structuring, let's compare two advisors, Peter and John. Peter is a steady advisor who sticks to small, straightforward cases. He's closing policies worth $5,000 consistently. Over time, his income grows, but eventually it plateaus because limited by how many clients he can serve in a day. He is stuck in a cycle of more meetings for less gain. John, on the other hand, started with inconsistent big cases, some $50,000, others as low as $1,000. But over time, John got this skill in asset structuring. Now he deals with fewer clients, but each client brings in significantly more income. His understanding of company structure, tax law, regulation, and trusts has allowed him to position himself as a trusted advisor, someone who helps clients manage and grow their wealth holistically. John's career is more exciting and he is more respected by his clients. Think about it. Wouldn't you want to be like John? Here are some real results of my mentees who have actually mastered the art of asset structuring. One advisor was struggling with small cases. But after applying asset structuring, he closed a $3 million case in just 6 months. Another advisor managed to double his entire previous year's income in just 3 months by shifting his focus to asset structuring and working with high net worth clients. And one of my mentees, who has never closed a case above 100,000, opened up 4 major asset structuring deals. And if she even closed one, she's on track to tripling her income in 2025. The list goes on, but the point here is not to boast. It's to show you that asset structuring works and you can benefit from it too. These are ordinary advisors that are willing to relearn on how to actually do their business and approach their clients. If you're ready to do the same, this strategy will transform your business. The harsh truth about our business. We have all heard this saying that our business is a numbers game. Have more appointments and close more deals. I used to believe that too. But there's a limit on how many clients you can meet in a day. In fact, I remember many late nights when I first started as an advisor, traveling for hours just to meet clients, hoping to close more bigger cases. I kept asking myself, is there a simpler way to achieve the same results while working fewer hours? I wondered why some top advisors worked fewer hours, got to travel, and still earned more than me, despite me having meetings like 10 or 20 clients in a day. That's when I decided to embark on a personal journey to find this breakthrough. But let's be very honest, it wasn't easy. I spent years seeking guidance from mentors around the world, trying to uncover that secret behind their success. What I discovered was this, that many top advisors at the top level weren't necessarily working harder. They had figured out how to close bigger cases, and they kept this strategy a little secret. I tried what they taught me over the decade, upgraded my knowledge on structures, and that's when the magic started to happen. Within the first year of my journey, I achieved MDRT in just 6 months. By the second year, it was 3 months. The next year, 1 month. And in 2024, I reached an incredible milestone of 327 TOT. Let me be clear, this isn't just about working harder. What truly propelled my success was learning how to close larger and more complex cases, and asset structuring played a huge role in that transformation. It took me over 20 years to fully understand the potential of asset structuring. The power of asset structuring. In 2024, I saw my efforts multiply by 1,000% compared to when I first started. This wasn't just by selling insurance. It was about mastering the art of creating long-term value for my clients by protecting and growing their wealth. But before you get too excited about what asset structuring can do for your business, let's be real for a moment. Success in this field doesn't happen overnight. To make the most of this powerful tool, you need to meet 2 key requirements. Requirement number 1 is mindset. You have to understand what is truly big. If you think $10,000 is a big case, that's where you limit your stay. Shifting your mindset to think in terms of larger, more complex cases like $100,000 or $1 million policies opens the door to bigger opportunities. Asset structuring requires you to think about protecting and growing your client's entire portfolio, not just a piece of it. I remember one of my mentees from the Big Case Closer Mentorship started off with me with 3 years and said, 100,000 premium is a large case. Today, he only wants to focus on opening up cases where at least the premium is $500,000. A lot of advisors get comfortable in their comfort zone. But if you want to break through, you need to relearn and expand your vision of what's possible. That is something I always guide my mentees on. The second is skill set. You must develop the technical skills to navigate asset structuring. This includes understanding tax laws, business structures, estate planning, and even more. Without these skills, you won't be able to serve high net worth clients effectively. Just like any other profession, having the right skill is non-negotiable if you want to be the best. You're probably thinking, Dr. Sanjay, if asset structuring is so important, then why isn't every advisor already a master in it? That's a great question, and one I get asked a lot. The truth is, there's simply not enough accessible information about it. Asset structuring is a term I developed to better explain this concept to my own mentees. It doesn't expect or exist in a formal professional term yet. Just like how back in 2020, I introduced the idea of concept presentation to teach advisors how to shift conversations from products to concept. Asset structuring was created for the same reason, to give advisors a framework to navigate complex financial strategies. Think about it. Most advisors are trained in traditional financial planning and selling insurance products. But asset structuring goes beyond that. It requires a deep knowledge of tax laws, business structure, estate planning, and an understanding of how to protect and grow a client's entire portfolio. This isn't something you can just pick up in a typical training or a textbook. You probably need to read 100+ books and spend thousands of hours studying just to scratch the surface. For example, how do you combine trust with insurance? How do you integrate a corporate structure with personal wealth strategies? And that's why in 2022, I actually started a secret project behind closed doors. I called it Asset Structuring 2030, a strategic initiative designed to keep advisors from our family ahead of the curve. I saw a major gap in our industry, and I wanted to make sure that serious advisors had access to the knowledge that could transform their careers. It's taken me over 20 years to build this expertise by doing my PhD in finance and with hands-on experience working with high net worth clients. I have been fortunate to have access to some of the best resources and mentors, but many hardworking advisors out there don't get the same opportunities. Even when they do, the information they find is often outdated, and that really frustrates me. This is exactly why I focused on creating an up-to-date, practical content around asset structuring so advisors like you can stay implementing these strategies right away. Here's the tricky part. At the highest level, where advisors are earning significant income, very few take the time to document what they do. Why? Because they're busy closing deals, managing portfolios, and handling complex financial structures. Teaching takes a backseat. So even if you're willing to pay to learn, finding someone who can truly teach you asset structuring becomes a real challenge. And the reality is, you can't just learn asset structuring on your own. You have to be brought into it. It requires mentorship, real-world examples, and someone to guide you step by step. That's why after refining these strategies over the years, I'm now sharing them through the Asset Structuring Club and my Big Case Closer mentorship. Have you noticed I've been quieter on social media? Some of you might have realized that since mid-2022, I've organized fewer events and been less on social media. It's not because I've stopped mentoring, actually quite the opposite. The business has been incredible thanks to asset structuring. I've been expanding more time with my mentees, helping them capitalize on these opportunities while continuing to meet my clients and close bigger deals. You see, mentorship and sharing knowledge aren't things I do it because I have to. They are truly because I'm passionate about it. I'm still out there meeting clients and closing deals just like you. I've been using asset structuring to maximize my results for both myself and my mentees. That's why I've been working hard to keep this drive and this wave of opportunity. But here's something to note. I haven't aggressively marketed the Asset Structuring Club or the mentorship in 2024. Why? Because I wanted to keep it very intimate and focused so that mentees who joined could get the most out of it, and I've been watching as they open bigger cases, land higher premiums, and realize what truly is possible with these strategies. Seeing their breakthrough movement keeps me motivated and excited about the future. Most importantly, I want to give those of you who believe in me a competitive advantage in 2025. In fact, some of the advisors who started this journey, they were very skeptical. Now they are closing 7-figure premiums and have completely shifted their mindsets. They've become trusted advisors to their clients, not just insurance agents. And that's what keeps me passionate about continuing to refine and share these strategies. Now, here's the good news. I'm excited that the Asset Structuring Club and the Big Case Closer mentorship program is now officially open. But let me be upfront. I've intentionally kept these programs small and intimate for a reason. My focus is on giving each mentee personalized attention, ensuring they truly master these strategies. I'm not aiming to take on a large number of people. Instead, I want to work with advisors who are serious about transforming their business and scaling to the next level. Each year, I only accept a select number of advisors. Once the slots are filled, that's it for that year. And trust me, they fill up fast. So, if you're ready to take your business to the next level, now is the time to act. You don't want to be left waiting another year to join. Why now is the time to start? Let me be clear that those advisors which have mastered the art of asset structuring will be the ones leading and dominating this industry. For those of you who actually miss out on this trend, I want you all to understand it has already started. And if you don't master this art now, you will be left trying to catch up with all the other advisors that have mastered asset structuring. The opportunity is here and it's now. You have the chance to be part of this vanguard, the select few who are truly prepared to navigate this changing landscape. Don't wait until it's too late. Hey Asset Structuring Club members, what if you could step into 2025 fully equipped to approach high net worth clients confidently and consistently securing larger cases? Imagine becoming the advisor your clients trust to protect their wealth, minimize their taxes, and plan for generational security. This year presents a massive opportunity. The demand for advisors who can help high net worth clients structure their assets effectively is greater than ever. In 2024, we saw some truly remarkable results within ASC. Many members who once hesitated to approach high net worth clients have now mastered the art of opening up valuable conversations with them, quickly demonstrating expertise that earned their trust. By applying the ASC framework, several advisors reported that they're opening up cases that are 5 times larger than usual. Others experienced transformation in client relationships with satisfied clients not only returning but actively referring more high-value leads. The results speak volume about the effectiveness of this approach and the impact it can have on your career. Yet, it is no secret that working with high net worth clients comes with a unique challenge. Many advisors struggle to understand complex client needs or don't know where to start with decisions around wealth protection and asset structuring. This is where Asset Structuring 2025 can make all the difference. This year's modules are designed to evaluate you as the go-to advisor, also providing you with a comprehensive strategy that high net worth clients seek. Here's what you can expect when you join today. In May, International Asset Structuring Masterclass. Asset structuring for international clients is complex, but this workshop simplifies the process, providing you with strategies for optimizing wealth across different jurisdictions. We'll explore global tax-efficient structures, cross-border regulations, and the unique advantages of international financial centers so you're able to understand your clients' wealth confidentiality and handle them in very confident manner. By the end of this session, you'll know how to offer tailored solutions that accommodate the culture and regulatory environment, setting you apart as an expert in managing international wealth effectively. In August, comprehensive retirement planning and portfolio diversification. Retirement planning for high net worth clients requires innovative strategies that protect assets while ensuring growth and stability. In this workshop, you'll discover how to build diversified portfolios that withstand economic volatility with a focus on modern retirement strategies and alternative investments. These insights will allow you to secure your clients' futures and provide them with options that go beyond traditional stock portfolios, making you their trusted advisor and providing them financially stable retirements. October and November, we are going to have final sprint and 2025 market wrap-up. As the year draws to a close, our final sessions are all about helping you wrap up 2025 on a high note and prepare strategically for the year ahead. We'll review successful frameworks for closing big cases in Q4 and lay out market predictions for 2026. This is where you learn specific high-impact methods to end the year with record numbers and a solid plan for growth, ready to tackle new opportunities in the high net worth market. November, we're going to touch on trust and effective management, where basically we're going to talk about how to build the right trust structures and the legal process that we will be daunting because this workshop is designed to simplify it. You'll gain tools to streamline trust management, automate documentation, and ensure compliance without sacrificing security. We are also going to discuss the importance of client communication in this context, empowering you to educate clients on how trust management protects their assets. By mastering these areas, you will be well positioned to provide the efficient professional experience that high net worth clients expect. For those who join us this month, your membership will last for a year, and you'll also get to attend February 2026 topic, 30 high net worth prospecting concepts, how to attract high net worth clients to ask you for a meeting without pitching anything. What if you never had to pitch again? What if your next 10 clients messaged you asking, "Can we have a chat? I heard you're the person to speak to." That's exactly what we're covering in February's session. By focusing on value-based selling, you'll gain tools to position yourself as an advisor who truly understands high net worth client needs, setting the stage for long-term relationships that drive continuous business growth. Now, we're going to have throughout this year on-demand access to new asset structures. ASC members will also have exclusive access to emergency workshops on the latest asset structuring techniques, ensuring you stay in the forefront of market innovation. For example, we did a UK tax law workshop early this year to help members to prepare for the impact of UK law changes for their clients. Even if you do not have UK clients, sharing this knowledge differentiates you from the rest. In 2025, we'll be introducing new structures designed to offer value adds to your clients, along with trainings on how seamlessly to incorporate these strategies into your practice. This kind of on-demand learning helps you anticipate client needs and leverage emerging opportunities with ease. Join the 2025 journey to become the trusted asset structuring expert. As an asset structuring expert, you will have access to ASC support system. Whenever you have questions, encounter a challenging case, or need advice on implementing these concepts, our team is here to help. Remember, every journey to success begins with a single step. Join us on this journey in 2025 to achieve the results that set you apart from the rest. With mastering asset structuring in 2025, you're not just gaining knowledge, you're building a reputation and future that will resonate with clients at the highest level.
Dr. Sanjay Tolani, visionary, financial strategist, son of an insurance legacy. By 19, he became an insurance prodigy. With a PhD in finance and degrees in banking, risk management, and insurance, Sanjay quickly rose to the top. At 28, Dr. Sanjay became the youngest brokerage CEO in the Middle East. He's now a trusted advisor to high net worth clients in 53 countries. Dr. Sanjay's innovative financial strategies protect his clients' financial futures, including tax planning, inheritance planning, and intergenerational planning. But Dr. Sanjay's expertise extends beyond insurance. He's a coach, author, and speaker for millions of financial advisors worldwide, helping countless advisors learn about the insurance world.
Mentor, Dr. Sanjay Tolani!
Today, Dr. Sanjay Tolani has changed the world of finance and insurance, ensuring peace of mind for individuals and businesses. With his dedication to excellence, Dr. Sanjay is a true visionary, leading towards a brighter financial future. Dr. Sanjay Tolani, visionary, financial strategist, son of an insurance legacy. By 19, he became an insurance prodigy. With a PhD in finance and degrees in banking, risk management, and insurance, Sanjay quickly rose to the top. At 28, Dr. Sanjay became the youngest brokerage CEO in the Middle East. He's now a trusted advisor to high net worth clients in 53 countries. Dr. Sanjay's innovative financial strategies protect his clients' financial futures, including tax planning, inheritance planning, and intergenerational planning. But Dr. Sanjay's expertise extends beyond insurance. He's a coach, author, and speaker for millions of financial advisors worldwide, helping countless advisors learn about the insurance world.
Mentor, Dr. Sanjay Tolani!
Today, Dr. Sanjay Tolani has changed the world of finance and insurance, ensuring peace of mind for individuals and businesses. With his dedication to excellence, Dr. Sanjay is a true visionary, leading towards a brighter financial future.
Brand new session, and I'm actually really excited for this one because this is where you're going to learn how to master the fundamentals to thrive as an advisor. I think this session is pretty much amazing for any new advisor, and even financial advisors have been here for a while who need a really good refresher to improve the foundation of their own practice. Right, in this session, you're going to be learning a lot. And of course, this is presented by none other than our leader and our mentor, Dr. Sanjay Tolani, who in 2024 did 327 TOT in just 1 year. That is absolutely insane. All right, so who else to teach you the best in mastering your fundamentals than him? All right, so let's give a warm welcome to our family leader and our mentor, Dr. Sanjay Tolani.
All right. Hey, guys. First of all, I'd love to know where you're from. So if you can, please do tell me where you're from. I'd love to know where you're from, what you're doing. I'd love all of that. So, guys, do download the PDF. I've put in a lot of notes for you guys to take home. And there's a reason why I wanted you to have these notes. I've spent some time preparing it. So you have a QR code on the screen. You can just scan that QR code. Last night, we had spent some time doing rehearsals. And this was the first time actually we did rehearsals because we are using a new technology. So it's quite interesting. It's quite exciting to kind of see what things are happening around. But do please tell me where you're from. I'd love to know that. So we've got India, we've got Philippines, we've got which other country? Oh, India again, fantastic. So we've got India, Philippines. Hey Niru, good to see you here. Anna, great to see you again. From Malaysia, fantastic. Dashni, nice to see you here. Excellent. From Trinidad and Tobago, wow, good morning. Hey, Wawa, good to see you again from Hong Kong. Fantastic. Philippines, Mumbai, excellent. Trinidad and Tobago, wow, that's a while. Okay. Guys, today's session is actually something that I've always wanted to teach. You see, I try to do one session every year where every single person in the Tolani mentoring family, the Sanjay mentoring family, gets an idea of what's happening in the world, where we're doing, what's my strategy for the year, right? So I did this in 22, I did it in 2023, so I did it in 2022 that we discussed about what's happening, we learned some new strategies for 2022. Come 2023, our strategy changed a little bit, so I made a few changes to that. But 2024, I think I got just so busy with work. It was my record year. It was probably the best year of my career. But I got so busy, I could not find time to actually just spend time with every single one of you. So that's the reason why I wanted to do this as soon as possible. I'm trying to get it done now itself for that reason that, as we go into Q2, Q3, Q4, we will only get more busy. And I wanted to spend this time. So, you're here with Uganda. Oh, nice. So we've got people from Uganda as well. That's fantastic. Just give me a second. All right. So I'm just speaking to my team while I'm talking to you as well, because I want to make sure that I've got every single one of you here. And that's the whole point, that I want to make sure that I spend time with every single one of you. 1 second. Um, okay, so I've got Kuala Lumpur, fantastic. Douglas, oh, from Kenya as well. Wow. These are places that I love to go. So I've been to Kenya, I've been to Uganda, um, Philippines. I go there very often. So that is a place that I love to visit. I was in Vietnam, and one thing that I realized is, oh wow, we're here from Romania as well. That's amazing. Someone mentioned a group for the link to the session. Guys, the session is live, so you have that. Um, one second. Okay. All right. So, people from Canada as well. It is really early in the morning for you, so I know that. That's amazing. Uh, yep, it's always good to give a shout out. Nice to see you here, Rodrix. Guys, the 5 stages of financial planning is what I want to discuss today. I want to talk about what's the life cycle that's happening in terms of financial advisory. I want to talk about how to build a proper financial plan for your clients, because the most important thing with our clients is to know exactly where we are and what we're doing. Now, in terms of our services to our clients, it always comes down to what do you provide and what makes you special. If you cannot tell me what makes you special, that's where the problem is. So there is a QR code that you can scan. The QR code is specifically to be able to download today's PDF, so you have that. The link is also there in the chat, so you can download it from the chat itself. But today we're going to do something very special also. We're going to launch my clone. Guys, there is something that I want you to do that I've been building for the last couple of months. And what I've been building is an actual clone of me. It is not AI. So, while we keep talking about artificial intelligence, what I have done is I've been in the process of making a clone of my mom and dad, because as my mom and dad are aging, they're losing memories, they're losing their experiences, they're forgetting things. And I wanted to start documenting down their experiences, their memories. And while I was doing this for my mom and dad, I realized, what if I can download my memories, my experiences, and make that available to every single one of you? So I want you to think about this. What I did was, if you watch the movie Superman, in Superman goes to his spaceship every time to learn, and he would use a crystal. He would put that into the spaceship, and suddenly a hologram of his father would appear, and the father would speak to him. The father would actually speak to him, and he trained Superman to become Superman. He told him about his past, his experiences, what are the things he can do, cannot do. And I realized that technology already exists. It's not coming in the future, it's already here. What if I took an artificial brain and I put my knowledge, I put my experiences, I put my thoughts, I put down my strategy, the way I do my sales process. If I can give that to every single one of you out there, that instead of me training you, you actually have access to my entire knowledge bank at any given point of time, would that make sense? Plus, it also allows me to practice with myself. You see, I need someone to role play with. And every time I do a role play with one of my mentees will tell me, Sanjay, you're good, you're doing well. And I have to always come up with some new words, some new thoughts, some new ideas. So I started practicing with my own clone. My clone, so it's a clone, right? So it's an artificial brain with my intelligence. There's no artificial intelligence. So there's no intelligence from outside. This only has my intelligence. It's me, myself, and I. It's not a chat GPT. It's not a Gemini. It's not a DeepSeek. There is no artificial input into the model. It is my knowledge, my books, my content, my videos, my emails. So I've even uploaded my tonality, the way I speak to my clients, the way I type to my clients, the way I write my emails, the way I write my content, the way I write my books, because I write everything personally. And every time I write it personally, I'm uploading that information into my clone. And my clone started finding pattern between my old Sanjay and the current Sanjay. And it realized that there is a gap between what I used to do and what I'm doing now. And it found me a new strategy for myself. And I realized if I can find value in talking to myself, what if I gave you the ability to talk to me all the time? So you can talk to me before you go to a meeting. Um, because what I realized was we were so focused on selling products. How many of you realize that what we've been taught is always about selling products? Yeah, Ishita, you actually said it. It's me versus my own brain. And the funny thing is, as I get older, I'm starting to forget my old self, right? We forget our memories, we forget what we used to do. And sometimes we forget our fundamentals, the basics that made us successful. And I want to never forget the basics that made me successful. And that's why I started putting all my knowledge in. So you're absolutely correct, Ishita. It is me versus my brain, right? And can I make my brain stronger? Can I make my brain better? Can I find a way to have a conversation meaningful that I can learn from? Because when I joined this business, everyone was teaching me how to sell products, right? And it got a little irritating because when you're just focusing on products, you are selling, right? You're selling, and that's what I wanted to do. Was I did not want to be a sales person that is actually trying to sell or try to push a product. If a client doesn't need it, he doesn't need it, right? I want you to understand this. When I joined this business many years ago, and I see this with a lot of financial advisors even today, is they say, support me, help me. You're right, Gurdeep. It's happening in broad daylight, and that needs to change, right? Somebody needs to start making that change, and that's what I wanted to do, was start making that change. Because if we don't make that change, nobody else will. So can you imagine you have a best friend who's a doctor, right? And he knocks on your door and says, hi, I need to do a bypass surgery, and I have my KPI, I have to do 10 in a month, I've already done 9. Can I just do your bypass surgery? How do you feel? Can you imagine that your friend's knocking and saying, can you do a bypass surgery? Guys, that's exactly the kind of position you're putting yourself in, where you have these conversations that are not relevant. So as a new advisor, right? How many of you are new advisors? Would you mind just typing I am, so I get to know a little bit more about who's here and what you do? Because I am reading all the comments that you're writing. So if you could just write I am, I'd love to know how many of you are new advisors. When I say new, I'm saying less than 1 year in the business. Just write I am. Or if you could write the number of years you're in the business, I would love to know a little bit more about everyone that's watching here. This is a free session, so if you have friends that you think should be listening into this, please do tell them to come on. Angel, Anna, nice to hear from you. Rodrix, 5 months, congratulations, welcome to the business. Wow, Queenie, I am. Jack, fantastic. Wow, excellent, correct information. I am. Okay, 5 years old. All right, Ishita, that's great. That's great. From Sri Lanka, 6 years. Donovan, always nice to see you. 22 years. Wow. That's a long time. This is my 25th year in the business, so I am celebrating 25 years in this business. Male, I am. All right. Fantastic. Guys, see, this is what I want to know. I want to be able to talk to every single one of you, and I want to have those conversations that would make it relevant. So when you are a new advisor, one of the things that happens is you get taught products. You don't get taught the process of how to give financial advice. And that's why the topic of today is financial foundation. I want you to be able to build the right foundation for your clients. So what are the things that you need to do when you're talking about foundation for your clients? What are the conversations you should have? Which products fit into the foundation? How do you grow from that foundation to the next level? So we're going to discuss all of that today. Wow, we've got someone who's been here, Silverwork. Thank you, Nero. Appreciate that. 3 years and 5 months from Ghana. Fantastic. Francis, very nice. I have had the opportunity of visiting Ghana as well. It's a beautiful country. For those of you who haven't, I would recommend you to go to Ghana. It's a very naturally beautiful country. Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon, beautiful places. Hey, Cindy, good to see you here. It's been a while. Fantastic. Nice. All right. That's one of the purposes of doing the session. I also get to meet with friends who I haven't spoken to for a while. Guys, I know I have been busy. I'm not denying it. I have been busy, but that is what my schedule looks like. I am keeping myself busy because there's so many people that I have to speak to. There are so many projects that I'm working on. But all these projects are to make our profession more recognized. And that's something that is really a life mission for me, that I do want to change the way the profession is looked at. I do want to change the way the product is designed. I do want to change the way the underwriting is done. I do want to change the way reinsurers work with us. And I want the whole supply chain to have a shift. But that shift cannot be done by me alone. So I need a lot of you to understand that if you get the process correct, you get the underwriting correct, you get the sales process correct, and you get to being that benchmark, right? It will allow our industry to grow. I can't do it alone. I keep saying this, and I'm going to say this out openly. Our industry is the least competitive business in the world, right? And I know that some of you are like, wait a second, Sanjay, you're wrong. Guys, our industry is the least competitive business in the world. And I'm going to tell you why today. Nobody graduates from high school or from university with the dream to becoming a financial advisor. Forget insurance advisor. Even financial advisors are not something that people are looking forward to. They do want to become investment advisors. They want to become bankers. They want to become risk managers. But nobody wants to focus on the world of insurance and insurance related products. Nobody studies to become a qualified financial advisor or a qualified insurance advisor. And that's the beauty of our business. We are the least competitive industry in the world. 10,000 students every day graduate to become doctors. 10,000 students graduate to become computer engineers. 10,000 students graduate to become lawyers, bankers, interior designers, architects. Nobody graduates with the belief or with the dream to becoming an insurance or a financial advisor. And that's why our industry is the least competitive business in the world. So if you spend time to becoming better at this business, you become better at managing the resources that are available to you. If you become the learner in our business, you will probably become the number one person in the world, because we are not competitive. A lot of advisors, once they make money, they leave the business, right? They will go start a boutique. They will go start a fashion brand. They will go start a restaurant. They'll go and do something else because this was not their dream. So I keep telling this to people. Even the top advisors, they leave. Guys, my family has been in this business for 3 generations. And that is what makes us special. Marlon, it's so good to see you, man. Blessings to you as well, brother. It's so nice to see all friends from all over the world. Guys, this is our community. This is our family. This is our profession. And as a profession, we need to find ways to be more professional. We need to find ways to be more systematic. We need to build the right systems to make sure that our clients understand the value that we bring to the table. You see, when you're selling a product and you're not bringing value, your clients will leave. There's something that I started a couple of months ago. I was thinking about this. And I always ask this question to every single client of mine, and I'm going to ask the same question to you. Would you want your children to consume the product you sell? I want you to listen to me very carefully. Would you want your children to consume the product you sell? Hey, Caesar, good to see you here, man. So every time I sit down with a friend who's running another business, I always ask them this question. Would you want your children to consume the product that you sell? If the answer is no, then why are you manufacturing or distributing that product? You see, the best quality control is, do I want my children to buy this product? If the answer is yes, it's a good product, period. I don't have to justify a product is good or bad, because if I want my children to consume that product, it is the best product for that purpose. You see, quality control becomes so easy when you just ask this one question: would you want your children to consume this product? Or is there something better? If the answer is there's something better, that is the product that we promote. And guys, this is what I do with all my clients, with their businesses, right? I do not consume anything that I don't want my children to consume. Because whatever you don't consume will automatically die out. If you consume something that you don't want your children to consume, that's where the problem starts. Because you're creating what we call artificial demand. You're creating a demand for a product that should not exist in the first place. Think about this, guys. Always think about this. The other problem that I have is advisors talk bad about other advisors. Guys, I need you to understand something. You cannot talk bad about the profession. You cannot talk bad about each other. You are here as colleagues. If you see someone doing something wrong, pull them aside and have a conversation with them. Don't badmouth them. Don't speak bad about them. If you see something going wrong, go and tell them directly to their face. What you're doing is wrong. Tell them that. It's okay. Second, if you see someone doing something good, acknowledge that as well. Go and collaborate with them. Find a way to work with other advisors. We are not in competition. We all have our own unique skills. We are not in competition. Do you notice that when doctors work on a patient, there are different doctors with different expertise that collaborate to achieve a particular goal? Do you see that? So if doctors can collaborate, why can't we as advisors collaborate? Why can't we learn together? Why can't we learn to work on a particular project together? So if there's a project that you don't know how to do, why are you not collaborating with other advisors who might be very good? It is your learning experience, as well as you get to know who you like to work with. So I'm going to give you 3 very important tips today, right? If you really want to become successful in this business, there are 3 things you need. Hard work, that is number 1. There is no shortcut. There is no substitute for hard work. Even today, I work extremely hard. So number 1 is hard work. Number 2, strategy. It's very important to have the right strategy, because if you're working hard and you don't have strategy, you will always be just running to places without achieving any goals. So you need to have the right strategy. And number 3, and I think this is probably a very important one that people don't realize, is the team around you. Who is working with you? Because your team will allow you hard work plus strategy plus team means you can scale, you can get to the next level. If you're working hard with the right strategy but you don't have a team, you're limited. You will not be able to grow. So when I talk about team, it doesn't mean recruitment. It means team of people that you can work with, collaborative. I can work with bankers. I work with a lot of lawyers. I work with accountants. We sometimes call these guys COIs, right? So I want you to think about this, that what is the team that you want around you? Now, if you work hard and you have a team, but you don't have a strategy, the team doesn't know what to do. If you have a strategy and you have a team, but the hard work is missing, the team will leave you, because a team without a leader goes nowhere. It just goes somewhere else. It will never be with you. So you need all the 3 variables, hard work, strategy, and team, to become truly successful in this business. Guys, I also want you, we have got the chat box open, so I want you to also write down. Tapas has asked a very interesting question. Hard work or smart work? Tapas, before you work smart, you have to first work hard. When you get the hard work, the discipline correct, then you can make it more efficient by being smart. But if you're smart, but you're not working hard, that smartness has no purpose. If you're smart but no hard work, that is no purpose. Hard work is step one. The discipline, the willingness to sacrifice is very, very important, because discipline is more important. So I would actually tell you hard work is more important than smart work. If you're working hard, your probability of success is higher. Now, if you can add smart work to that, if you can become a little bit smarter with your hard work, then your probability of success goes even higher. But if you're only smart, but you're not working hard, you will not exist. You will disappear. It's about consistency. Consistency. So keep this in mind. Discipline is very, very important. Um, the other problem that we have is the public's perception about our business. You see, people don't like our business. Can we be honest about that? People don't like our profession. It is not a profession that people like to be associated with. And that's where the other problem is, right? We are in a profession that nobody is looking forward to being a part of. And the reason is because of us. It has nothing to do with our product. It's about the way we position ourselves. I know all of you are asking me this question, and people keep asking me this all the time. Sanjay, why do you do these sessions? Why are you spending your time doing this? Because you would rather be spending this time with a client, or spending time with your family, or spending time with someone else. Why are you spending this time with random people or strangers? Why am I doing this? What do I get from this? I don't earn any money from my speeches, my books. All that money goes to charity. That is not my business. So why am I doing this? Guys, what do I get from doing this? I want you to think about this. What do I get? I do get a lot of enemies, I can tell you that. I do get a lot of threats. I do get a lot of people saying bad things about me. And I'm okay with that because I'm so used to it now. It doesn't matter anymore. You know, they tell me, oh, Sanjay, you're here to sell something. You're here that. Guys, I have nothing to sell. I'm not an agency manager, so I don't recruit. It's been 25 years I've been in this business. I don't recruit. So why am I spending this? Why am I spending this time? It's very simple. My family has been in this business for 3 generations. And in 3 generations, very little has changed. Our products have become us pretty much the same. Our strategy is still the same. Our training has not changed. The training we get is not there. We don't get the opportunity to learn something new. Gurdeep, you're right. It's to make the industry better. But how can I do that alone? How can I do that alone? I need every single one of you to get to the next level. I need every single one of you to start working towards becoming more and more professional. Because guys, if you get professional, our industry will become better. Every single one of you, spend a little bit more time. Find a mentor. I'm not saying make me your mentor. Find a mentor around you. It doesn't matter who your mentor is. Find someone that can teach you to become better in this business. That's the most important thing. I have 7 mentors. I'm not saying I have one. I have 7 mentors. Guys, find a mentor. Find someone that you can learn from. Find a way to grow your knowledge. Find a way to practice your skill. You know, a lot of people tell me, Sanjay, can you introduce me to high net worth clients? Can you help me get into that big market? Can you help me get into the market that where I can do large cases, right? Can you help me get into that market? Let me tell you what's actually missing. So I'm going to tell you what's truthfully missing. You actually know where the rich clients are. You know which families need financial planning. You already know that. The problem is, what do you say to them when you meet them? And I'm going to repeat this again and again because this is something you need to understand. It's not the lack of relationships. You already have the relationship. Guys, you already know enough rich people. You already know that. The problem is when you sit down with them, what is your conversation? What is your knowledge level? What is your confidence? Where is that confidence to give them great advice? That's our problem. Our problem is not meeting more people. Our problem is, what should be my conversation? What should I say? How do I get them to change their mindset about insurance? Because insurance is not something that they believe they need. How many of you have heard this? Sanjay, I'm so rich, I don't need insurance. How many of you have heard that? Please tell me. Just tell me I have. Just tell me I have, so I know that. How many of you have heard that? Sanjay, I'm so rich, I don't need insurance. How many of you have heard that? Krishna is saying I have. Exactly. Do you see how many people have heard that? It's the reality of the world. So the markets have changed, right? All of us have heard that. But what's important for you to know is that the markets have changed. You see, interest rates started to go up, and now we're expecting them to again start going down. So when interest rates go down, financial products start to not perform as good as they could. Investments do better, right? So when interest rates are changing, what's the conversation that I'm having with my clients today? Lock in interest rates for the long term. Lock it in. So if you're earning income out of interest, lock it in. Things are changing. 2025, and I'm going to say this out openly, 2025 is going to be the last normal human year. Last normal human year. I'm going to say this very clearly. 2025 is going to be the last normal human year. Things are changing dramatically. Things will change. Things will get more interesting. You're going to find different types of opportunities in the next 2 to 3 years. So I'm not saying you're not going to have opportunities. There will be opportunity, but the opportunities will change. The conversation that I'm having with my clients is shifting from returns to control. They're now talking more about, how do I have more control on my wealth? How do I have more clarity of what my wealth will be doing in the future? And how do I have the confidence that there will be enough for me in the future? Do you realize, okay, and I want to say this out openly today. I'm going to say this out really loud and open to everyone. If you were in this business in the 1980s and the 1990s, so we're going back 35, 40 years, we were in what we call a $1 million business, right? We were talking millions. We were talking 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, 5 million, 10 million. We were talking about millionaires. We were working with what we call multi-millionaires. That were the kind of clients we were looking for, multi-millionaires. And at the turn of the century, we're talking about 2000, early 2000. By the way, guys, do you realize we're already 25 years into the new century? And we are still discussing what was happening in 2001 and 99. We're still talking about the 1997 Asian financial crisis, 1999, the dot-com bubble, 2001, September 11. We are still discussing that. And we're 25 years into the century already. Guys, the quarter of the century is over. And we are still living in the 20th century. Our training is still in the 20th century. In the 20th century, people did not have access to mobile phones the way we have. They did not have access to the internet the way we have. They did not have access to healthcare the way we have. They did not have access to the technology that we have today. They didn't have access to global information, knowledge, ability to invest in other countries, ability to buy financial products from multiple industries. That was not available 25 years ago. How much has changed in the last 25 years? And in 2025, a lot of people are realizing that. You see, in the 1980s and the 1990s, we were talking about multi-million dollar businesses. As soon as the century turned, right, we came into the year 2000, we went into what we call a billion-dollar world. We started talking about billionaires. We started talking about multi-billionaires. We started talking about people, financial people that were investing billions of dollars into the insurance industry. We went into a billion-dollar world from a $1 million world. And that was in the turn of this. I don't feel ashamed to tell you that I did not achieve my target. Because it's very easy to set targets. We all set targets and we don't achieve our targets. It's something that's quite common in our industry. I don't like that feeling because when I don't achieve my target, I have to punish myself. It's a way for me to be motivated to get to the next level, right? When we don't achieve our target, we will find someone else to blame. We will blame our underwriters, we blame the industry, we blame the market, we'll blame the environment, we will blame other people when we don't achieve our targets. So my target last year was to do one TOT every day. I missed my target. Am I ashamed about it? Absolutely yes. Am I ashamed to accept that I lost it? No, I'm not, because I could have done better. I could have definitely done better. So, 2025, what's changing? Number one, interest rates. Number two, you know exactly what's happening with global tariffs. Do you realize with the tariff coming into play, with all the changes that are happening geopolitically, clients are extremely vulnerable on what they should and should not be investing in. Instead of hiding, it's time to get out and have a conversation with your clients. What should they be investing in? What are the things that will change with the tariffs, with this whole geopolitical? What's going to change? Do you realize consumption has also changed? The way we consume products, consumption has changed. People are not buying things, they are rather renting things. So we're seeing a whole change in consumption from acquisition to temporary usage. And that's happening with cars, that's happening with houses, that's happening with all our traditional asset classes where people would rather be leasing properties instead of buying properties. And I know you'll keep saying, but Sanjay, in the Asian culture, we still talk properties. Yes, that is one generation. But look at the generation that's going to inherit. We're going to see the biggest movement of capital from one generation to the next. We're going to see the biggest move in capital. And that capital is in trillions of dollars, not billions, not millions. It's in trillions of dollars that is going to go from one generation to the next. We're going to see the largest movement of capital by inheritance. By inheritance. These are children who are going to be born with inheritance, with jackpots, with not knowing what to do. And that is a huge opportunity in our business. Spending time to have those conversations with our clients, with their children. Think about this. Guys, it's a huge strategy that many advisors are not focusing on, is spending time with these children, with these clients' children, and being able to talk to them about what they should be doing with their money. If you're following me on Facebook, if you're following me on YouTube, if you're following me on any of these channels, you will notice some of the articles I've been writing over the last couple of months. These are articles of real conversations that I'm having with clients on how to manage their wealth. What are the things that they should be doing? What are the things they shouldn't be doing? And I'm having these real conversations with my clients. So think about that. Now, as an advisor, you've got two types, right? You can either be a person who just talks about products, or you can start talking about different things, which is what we call asset structuring. You see, the future of insurance, the future of financial services is the way you structure your assets, either for acquisition. So write these words down. I want to sell my business, for example. So how do you structure your business to be sold? That's option one. Option two, how do you structure your business to be disposed of? Just shut shop. So how do you get out of a business by just shutting it? Number three, how do you structure a business for inheritance? So there are two words I want you to write down today: inheritance and succession. Inheritance and succession. Inheritance is the transfer of wealth. Succession is the transfer of power. Please write this down, guys. Inheritance is the transfer of wealth. It is giving money from one generation to the next. Inheritance is the transfer of wealth. Succession is the transfer of power. Just because you're inheriting an asset, it doesn't mean you have the power to control that asset. And just because you have the power to control an asset, it doesn't mean you own that asset. Very, very two different words. And a lot of people don't realize this difference. Guys, how many of you talk about succession planning with your clients? I mean, can I just know from how many of you spend time with your clients on succession planning? Would you mind just telling me that? Just type I do. I do. So I get an idea about who does what. Oh yes, guys, if you want to download the PDF, just scan the QR code. I have put a PDF together for you guys. Um, all right, Gurdeep says, I've recently started. Marlon, yes, I do. Perfect. Shipra says, I do. Okay. Ishita, no. Okay. Nasura, I do. I'm glad. Good to see you here, Nasura. Hendra says, I do. Great. Talking to friends, parents, yeah, that's fantastic. Larry, okay. All right. Now, I'll tell you the reason why I'm saying asset structuring is the future, and I'm being very clear about this. Asset structuring is a combination of four different skill sets, right? So it's about putting the right tax strategy, putting the right legal structure around the assets, using insurance to manage the liabilities, the tax liabilities, the legal liabilities that we have. Insurance plays a very important role, and then putting what we call a legacy plan to it, which gives it that what we call continuity or what we call succession. Now, when you put asset structuring together, it's a package of tax planning, the legal structure, insurance, a little bit of succession. When you put that together, your clients are not buying just an insurance contract. They are buying into a strategy. You see, it is easier to sell a strategy than to sell a product. So I'm going to give you two things today. All right, I want you to write down these are the two strategies when it comes to asset structuring. Only two. And I'm going to give it very simple to you. Two strategies. Die with zero. That means you're left with nothing. You die and there's nothing left in the world from your side. So you die with zero, or you build a legacy. I want you to hear this very carefully. You either die with zero or you build with legacy. Okay, so you can't do both. You have to choose one. Either you say, Sanjay, I want to die with zero. I want to give nothing to my children. And whatever I have, I want to consume it and I want to finish this in my lifetime. Right? So that's one strategy. The second strategy is, Sanjay, I want to make sure that the wealth that I've generated continues to grow, and I don't want that wealth to disappear for multiple generations. Now, both of them are very different strategies. Both of them are very different strategies. However, they both need to be structured properly, because you don't want, if you want to die with zero, that's okay. But now the question is, how do you ensure that your wealth sustains your lifestyle for your life? And that becomes our asset structuring strategy. So our strategy to make sure that your wealth doesn't die before you, right? So it makes your lifestyle as permanent as possible. And that's absolutely correct, Gurdeep. It helps your lifestyle become permanent, right? So that also needs an asset structuring strategy. Now, if you say, Sanjay, I want my wealth to last for multiple generations, then there's another asset structuring strategy. And they're not the same. They're two different things. Now, how many of you have heard this from your clients? Sanjay, I want to die with zero. I don't want to leave anything to my kids. How many of you have heard that? And how many of you have heard exactly the opposite? Sanjay, I want to plan for multiple generations and I want it to last for 3, 4, 5, 6 generations, preferably 7 generations. How many of you have heard that? Can you just say something in the chat box so I know exactly about you? All right. Douglas says me. Ishida says yes. Okay, fantastic. All right, that's great. I love all these comments, guys. So you have heard both. Praveen says none of both. Gaurav says, I have heard that they don't want to leave anything. Perfect. Die with zero. Yeah. Excellent. Well, guys, it doesn't matter what your philosophy is, whatever your financial philosophy, that's your personal choice. I mean, I'm nobody here to tell you, please leave things for your children. That's not my job. That is your belief. That is what you believe in, and that's absolutely fine. There's no right answer to this question, right? You Both of them are correct in their own respective mechanisms. By the way, both of them need a different structure. So, for example, my family believes in leaving a legacy. I mean, our family is now celebrating 150 years, and we have found a way to hold on to wealth for a multiple duration. Right, we're talking about 150 years of wealth transfer. We have made our mistakes. I'm not saying we haven't made mistakes. We have had disputes, we have had mistakes, we have had succession problems, we have had inheritance problem, we have had an understanding of what we like, what we don't like. We've been through multiple wars. So our family has been through World War One, World War Two. We've been through multiple depressions. We've been through multiple recessions, and things do get difficult, right? It's not easy. But in both scenarios, you need to structure your assets to be protected in both scenarios. And that's what I love about our business. Whatever is your financial belief system, it doesn't matter. Whatever is your financial belief system, which is die with zero or leave a legacy, both the systems need our asset structuring strategy. And that's what makes us so unique. So, why am I sharing this with you? There are 6 benefits of understanding what asset structuring is. And I wrote these down because I truly wanted people to understand what those benefits are. So, number 1, you actually become the go to advisor for generational wealth. If you understand asset structuring and you find a way to use it in your daily business, you will become the go to advisor, guys. The second is, it breaks away from your traditional strategy of selling a product, because when I got into this business, we were so focused on selling products, we were so focused on you know identifying opportunities and focusing on, this is the best product for the season, this is the new incentive, you get these vouchers, you get this discount, and that is what I saw advisors selling. And if those discounts were not there, those vouchers were not there, I saw their sales going down. So I realized every time they had a voucher, their sales went up. Every time there was a new product launch, their sales went up. They were waiting for new products, new discounts, new incentives to sell. They were not being advisors, they were just selling special offers. And that is something that I need you to get out of, because if you're so focused on special offers, every time the product changes or the offers change, you start dropping your quality of business. Number 3 is you master tax efficiency. You see, you master tax efficiency using insurance. And I'm very proud to say this openly today. Insurance is the last tax-free asset left in the world. I'm going to repeat this. Insurance is the last tax-free asset left in the world. Everything else is going to get taxed. Real estate, businesses, investments, everything is getting taxed. Insurance is the last tax-free asset. So if you don't use this last tax-free asset efficiently, you don't put the right structure with insurance. I'm not telling you to sell insurance, but the point is that's the last tax-free asset left. And guys, let me tell you the bad news and the good news and the bad news. The good news is it's still tax-free. The bad news is not for very long. All the governments have now started looking at insurance as a product that should be taxed. We have already started seeing what we call death benefit taxes. We've already started seeing that death benefits will start getting taxed in certain countries. So we've got a few years left, guys, before all that changes. That's a few years left. By the way, I do want to ask all of you all a question. How many of you, know this new statistic that just came out? That if you're below the age of 50, right? If you're below the age of 50, you're potentially going to be living for 150 years. How many of you have heard that? What if you found out today, guys, that you've got another 100 years to live? If you're below the age of 50 and today you found out that you have another 100 years to live, if today I told you that your longevity is going to be for another 100 years, Niru says not 150 but 90. So Niru, I'm going to give you a new statistic. If you're going to be living 150 years, if you know that you're going to live for another 100 years, what will you change? So guys, we have reached a point where people are going to live extremely long, but let me give you the good news with it. Healthy. People are going to live a long, healthy life, given the changes that are available to us in the next 36 to 48 months. 36 to 48 months. And I'll tell you why I'm telling this to you. I'm telling you why I'm telling this. You see, insurance as a product automatically starts adjusting to this new data. This is the first time in history I've actually issued a whole life policy that has a maturity date of 138. Can you imagine that? That previously a whole life was till the age of 85. Then they increased it to 95. Then they increased it to 99. Then they increased it to 120. Now, for the first time, I've issued a whole life policy that goes on till the age of 138. I don't understand why 138 and why not 140, but that's a different story. This is the first time we've actually issued an insurance policy that goes on till the age of 138. And this is the first time in history I've issued an annuity. And all of you know what an annuity is. It goes on for your life. This is the first time in history we've issued an annuity with no maturity date. So it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And there is no maturity date to this annuity. This is the first time in history I have actually done that. Why is this important for you to know? Guys, our products will change. In the next 24 months, you're going to see product changes. You're going to see underwriting changes. You're going to see changes in the way we perceive illnesses, the way we perceive reality. This is all going to be part of the way you structure your assets. And we're all going to see that in our lifetime. It's not going to happen in the future. It's happening today. The future has already arrived. And if you don't accept that, you're living in the 20th century, not the 21st century. We are celebrating 25 years of our century. And if all of us are going to see the end of this century, we need to be financially prepared for that. Jayashri, there you go. LIC has one policy with no maturity. Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that, Jayashri. But that's not just with LIC. It's happening everywhere in the world. It's happening in India. It's happening in Singapore. It's happening in Hong Kong. It's happening in China. It's happening in the US. It's happening everywhere. Reality today The future is not going to come, the future has already come. And you, as an advisor, have to be prepared to learn how to package your services under the context of assets, the way you hold them from a tax perspective, a legal perspective, insurance, legacy. You've got all these things that you have to plan for. You have to plan for. When you become a asset structuring specialist, you also position yourself correctly. You see, we need to learn to find a way to position yourself. Now, somebody just said this: social security would be challenged. You're right, you're absolutely correct. And that's exactly why PPP models are starting to build around it. What we call, how many of you know what PPP stands for? It's called PPP is public private partnerships. The government with the private sector has already started having these conversations, and I'm going to give you a few words today that I want you to write down. Universal basic income, UBI, universal basic income. You're going to see how governments will start building what we call universal basic income. Every child that will be born with guaranteed income from the government to maintain a certain level of lifestyle. Universal basic income. And the reason for this is we are going to see unemployment increase over the next 36 to 48 months. We're going to see how unemployment will increase due to the adoption of technology. Due to the adoption of technology, you're going to see the way job roles will change. Right? You're going to see the way job roles are going to change. Who's going to do what jobs? You're going to see blue collars and white collars losing jobs simultaneously. You see, in the past, when technology was adopted, blue collars lost jobs, white collars got jobs. We got coders, we got technicians, we got all of that. This is the first time in history we're going to see white collars and blue collars losing jobs simultaneously. So previously it was said, educate your children so they get a good job, educate your children so they get a good career. Today, our question is, what should I teach my children? What should I teach my children so they are relevant in the future? That is becoming our new challenge. What should I teach my children today to be relevant in the future? And guys, this is part of asset structuring, the way we control and preserve the wealth we have created. Whether that is $10,000 or $100,000 or $1,000,000, it doesn't matter. Every single one of you has a certain amount of wealth. That wealth needs to be preserved, protected, and grown at the same time. So this is the first time in history we are worried about preservation and growth at the same time. I cannot afford to lose that I've made because I don't know if I can do it again. And I have to grow my wealth to stay up with what's happening around us. So this is the first time in history. Preservation and growth has to be done simultaneously. I have to preserve my wealth and I have to grow my wealth. And that is why asset structuring is becoming the most important conversation around us. So whether I go for guarantees, whether I go for variable, I have to now find a way to balance this guaranteed variable. I need to find a way to balance it. I need to find a way to concentrate and build my wealth, because diversification protects your wealth, but concentration builds your wealth. How do I do both? How do I diversify and concentrate at the same time? It's stupidity. I can't do both. I have to find a way to preserve and grow. How are you going to do that? And this is where people are getting confused. Should I focus on growth? Should I focus on preservation? Should I focus on growth? Should I focus on preservation? If I don't grow, I will decline. If I don't preserve, it will all disappear. Guys, as financial advisors today, our responsibility is more than ever before. We have got so much responsibility on our shoulders today. Something that we did not have in the past, we now have today, is responsibility to be available to our clients, to have this conversation about preservation and growth at the same time. And that's why asset structuring has become such an important goal, such an important skill that you need to learn. Um, the other reason why you need to learn asset structuring is clients will give you this objection. I already have a trust. I already have a foundation. I've already done my will. I've already established what's going to happen with my assets. They almost all our clients have done a little bit about everything, right? So they've bought a little bit of insurance. They've done a business. They've set up some real estate. They've put up a holding company. They might have done a trust. They might have done a family office. They've all done a little bit of everything, right? Because that's their capability or their knowledge level. When you become an asset structuring specialist and you understand how different asset structures work, how trusts work, foundations work, how all these different things work, you can integrate yourself into making it more efficient. So I'll give you an example, right? I was sitting with this client once. I think it was one of the most funny conversations I ever had, but it was a fun conversation. He said, Sanjay, I've got 21 insurance policies. And I said, wow, it's very rare I meet someone who believes so much in insurance, right? He's got 21 insurance policies. And I said, I call him uncle because he's older than me. And I said, uncle, you've got 21 policies. He's like, Sanjay, I'm a big believer of insurance. So every time someone comes to me, I just buy an insurance policy. And I said, okay, what can I do? And he said, Sanjay, I've got so many policies, I actually don't know what I have. Can you do me a favor? Can you help me put together, what I have? Can you just help me, put it into a summary and so it's easy for me to handle things? And I said, sure. So I got my secretary. He gave me a huge box. It was like that big a box, right? That big. It was a box full of files. And I gave it to my secretary, and my secretary was going through every file. She made one Excel sheet, with some of you call policy review, right? So she made a policy review for this client. I don't do policy reviews, but she does. So my secretary made this policy review for my client. And do you know how much was the total sum assured of 21 policies? $370,000. That's it. He had 21 insurance policies. The guy's net worth is more than 25-30 million US dollars. And the total amount of life insurance he had was $370,000. That's it. When I saw that, I sat down with him and I said, Mr. Client, you said you believe in insurance. He said, yeah, Sanjay, I've got 21 policies. I said, uncle, the total value of your insurance policy is less than the value of your car which you're driving. The car he has is more expensive than the total amount of insurance he had. Can you imagine? I said, uncle, the day you die, you know what your son will do? Your son will just go and buy another car because there's no value that he gets from the insurance policy that you're leaving for him. And guys, this is important for you to know. Because actually it wasn't just product-driven sales, right? Gaurav, Gurdeep, this wasn't product-driven sales. The advisors were selling whatever is the lowest to meet their KPI of cases. And that's all they were doing, was finishing the KPI on cases, and that's it. But guys, that's not what an advisor does. Scary but true. Scary but true, but that's the reality of the world. And that's what I told you. Our business is the least competitive business in the world. There are very few good quality advisors. And guys, if you truly want to become good quality, please spend some time to get a mentor, learn the strategies, get the knowledge that you need to become successful in this business. Now, the sixth one, and this is probably one of the most important ones, is when you are focusing on asset structuring, you turn your client's team into your friends. They become your allies. They don't stand against you, they stand with you. The problem is, when we go and meet our clients, you will meet their CFO, you will meet their accountant, you'll meet their tax advisor, you'll meet their lawyer, you'll meet all these different advisors that are giving advice to these clients. And When you are the insurance guy, you're standing against them. Instead of being a part of the team, you're standing against them. But when you focus on asset structure, you're focusing on the package, right? You actually become an ally, you become a friend to all these other advisors. And that's why I said hard work, strategy, team. Hard work, strategy, team. You become part of their team. And that's what makes you so unique. Now, Milan Lakhani just said something very interesting. He said, Sanjay, human life value has to be calculated and then suggest a plan. The problem is, how do you value a human life that is 21 years old? How do you value a human life that has just started a career? And when you calculate that number, right? So when you project what we call human life value, that today you're starting at the age of 20, for example, let's take 20, right? And you're going to work for the next 40 years, which is what's assumed, right? So you work from 20 to 60. So you worked for 40 years. Your starting salary, let's say, for example, is $100,000. Obviously, 100,000 will not stay 100,000. It will go up and down, right? It'll usually go up. It's what I call a yo-yo, right? It'll do this, right? It'll go up. And when I do that projection, when I look at that projection, that number is so large that people get so scared. They feel, are you serious that that is the value of my life? The reality is, yes, it is the value of your life. But the number is so big for them to comprehend. It's so big for them to understand that they don't accept it, that their value is so much. So I want to teach you something a little bit more easier. So, Mr. Lakhani, this is what you should be doing. It's a very simple number that I follow: 10 times of annual income. It's a simple rule of thumb. It's easy to calculate, it's easy to assume, and it's easy to process because people understand that, you know what, I need to make sure that at least my family has 10 years to figure things out, right? So it works extremely well. By the way, guys, how many of you would like to meet my clone now? I would love to know that. How many of you would like to really meet my clone? I do. I'm super excited to show my clone to all of you guys because I have I have a lot of conversation with my clone, and when I'm speaking to my clone, right, it's a conversation that's very unique. All right, so let me set it up. Uh, by the way, my clone speaks multiple languages, right? That's why I told you it's actually smarter than me. It speaks multiple languages, so it can talk in Hindi, it can talk in Chinese, it can talk in Tagalog, it can talk in Romanian, it can talk in multiple languages. Um, and my clone, we're going to build in it's going to be in 4 different steps. Number one is we have built the chat version, so you can have a WhatsApp conversation with my clone, so you can actually chat with it. Which is a written conversation, just like me. So if you were chatting with me on WhatsApp or on Facebook, whatever chat function, it would chat with me. It would chat with you the way I do. The second is what we call the call function. You can actually speak to it, and it will have a conversation with you just the way I'm having a conversation with you. The third function, and that's going to come in the next couple of months, is what we call the video function. So it's going to be available on Zoom. So you can have a Zoom call with me, with my clone. And you can have a real life Zoom call where it's going to have a conversation just like this with you. And we're hoping that in the next 18 to 24 months, we will have the holographic version. So we will have holographic projectors set up in my office, in my house. So when you visit my house, when you visit my office, my clone will be there to welcome you and have a conversation with you just the way I am, right? It has, by the way, like I said, it is not AI, it is not artificial intelligence. It is an artificial brain with my knowledge, right? It has all my books in it. So all the knowledge of my books, all my videos, all my emails, so my tonality, the way I speak, the way I give advice, that's what I've built. And let me try to see if I can share screen. Let me share screen so you guys can actually hear me having a conversation with him. All right. Okay, let me share screen. Okay. Yeah, Donovan, it is crazy. All right. So we call it Advisor X7. And the reason why we call it X7, you have 7 seconds to get someone's attention. That's all you have. You have 7 seconds to get their attention. And like I said, I've got multiple, so it can speak Arabic, Bulgarian, Chinese, Croatian, Danish. Today we'll stick to English because, guys, that's pretty much the language I know. I will try a little bit of Hindi as well today. Um, it's not a second brain, it's actually an artificial brain, and I'm going to call it, let me call myself. Let's see how this works. I mean, guys, I'm doing this live for the first time as well, so I'm kind of excited, nervous at the same time, because all right.
Welcome to X7 Pro, world's first high net worth AI for advisors. I'm Dr. Sanjay's AI. Share a real case study problem you face now, or say yes to start a role play where I'll challenge your response and refine your approach.
All right, I've got this very important question to ask you. I keep getting this objection that, Sanjay, I need to ask my wife, why do I need to buy life insurance? Could you tell me how I could handle that objection?
All right, so when someone says, I need to ask my wife, the first thing you need to do is acknowledge it. Never dismiss or argue with the client. You could say, I'm so glad you want to include your wife in this decision. It shows how much you value her opinion. This sets a positive tone and shows respect for their relationship. Then you pivot to the real issue.
All right,
Often it's
Sanjay,
not
I'm going to
about the
stop you there.
wife.
Can
It's
you
about their
increase the
own
speed of your
doubts or
conversation by
uncertainty.
50%? So can you speak 50% faster?
So you All right, let's pick up the pace here. When someone says they need to ask their wife, it's often not about the wife at all. It's a polite way of saying, I'm not sure yet. So first, acknowledge their concern. Say something like, I completely understand. It's
All
great
right,
that you
guys,
want to involve your wife in this decision.
the mic so
Then
that
pivot.
he's not listening.
Ask,
My
what do
clone
you
is not
think she
listening
might be
right now. This is
concerned
a
about?
conversation for us.
This opens the door to
Can you
uncover
do me
their
a
real
favor? Can you tell
hesitation.
me what question would you
It could be
like me to ask
cost,
my clone? Please put in
timing,
the chat,
or even trust
and I
in
want to say
product.
that.
Once you know the real issue, you can address it directly. For example, if they're worried about affordability, you could say, I get that. Let's look at how we can structure this to fit your budget without compromising on the protection your family needs. Keep it simple, conversational, and focused on solving their problem, right?
All right, I'm going to ask you this question. Listen, Sanjay, I'm going to go into a meeting in another 1 hour. And when I'm meeting with this client who's running a very successful business, the value of the business is around $100 million. He's got 3 children, and those children are, one of them is joining the business, two of them are not joining the business. What kind of conversation can I have with this type of client? Can you give me some suggestions, some ideas on how I can present to this client? And can you be a little fast? Can you increase your speed by another 50%?
All right, let's dive into this. You're walking into a meeting with All right, let's speed this up. You're meeting a business owner worth $100 million with 3 kids. One joining the business, two not. The key here is to focus on fairness, not equality. By saying, I understand your business is your legacy, but have you thought about how to ensure all 3 children feel valued, even though only one is involved in the business? This frames the issue as a family harmony problem, not just a financial one. Then, introduce the concept of asset transfer versus income transfer. Say, we can structure it so the child in the business gets control, while the other two receive equivalent value through other assets. We'll create tributaries to flow fairly to each child, ensuring no one feels left out. This keeps it simple and relatable. Wrap up by asking, would you like me to show you how we can structure this to protect your legacy and your family's unity? Keep it sharp, focused, and solution driven, right?
Thanks, Sanjay. Okay, I've got a guy called Michael. He's a good friend of mine. He's one of my mentees, and he's asking this question that Sanjay, what if my client says that I already have assets, I have gold, I have land? How do I position insurance into this conversation?
All right, let's tackle this. When a client says, I already have assets like gold and land, the key is to shift their perspective. Start by acknowledging their point. Say, that's fantastic. Gold and land are excellent assets to hold. Then pivot to the real issue. Ask them, but have you thought about what happens to these assets when they need to be liquidated? Who will handle it? And how quickly can it be done? Here's the thing. Gold and land are valuable, but they're not liquid. If something happens to the client, their family might need immediate cash for expenses, taxes, or even just to maintain their lifestyle. That's where insurance comes in. Use this analogy. Think of your assets as a beautiful house. It's like the fire extinguisher. You hope you never need it, but when you do, it's the fastest way to protect everything you've built. You could also introduce the concept of play money, which I often use. Say, touch. It's like giving them a financial cushion to make decisions without pressure. And here's the clincher. Every dollar you put into insurance gives your family multiple dollars in return. It's not just protection, it's leverage. Wrap it up by asking, would you like me to show you how we can structure this so your assets remain intact while your family gets immediate liquidity when they need it most?
All right, Sanjay, I'm going to ask you
Keep
another
it
question.
simple, relatable, and focused on solving their problem, right?
All right, I'm going to stop you there. I want to ask you another question. I would rather buy term insurance instead of buying permanent insurance. How would you handle as an objection that Sanjay, I would rather buy term rather than life insurance? How would
All right, go ahead. What's your question?
so the question, I would rather buy term insurance instead of permanent. How would you handle that objection that, I would recommend you to buy permanent insurance instead of term insurance?
All right, let's tackle this. When someone says they'd rather buy term insurance instead of permanent insurance, you do acknowledge their perspective. Let's handle this. When someone says they'd rather buy term insurance instead of permanent insurance, first thing is to acknowledge their perspective. Say, I completely understand. Term insurance is a great product for short-term needs. Then pivot to the bigger picture. Ask, but how long do you plan to protect your family? Is it just for a term, or is it for their entire lives? This frames the conversation. Now, it's affordable, but at the end of the term, you have nothing to show for it.
Guys,
Permanent
if you
insurance, on the other
realize,
hand, is like
this
owning a
clone
house.
is basically saying the
It
same
builds
words that I
value over
say,
time and stays with you for life.
and that's what
Use
this is
this
made for.
analogy to make it
If you ask
relatable.
him what is the weather
Then
like in
address
Romania,
the
what's the
common
weather like
objection
in
of cost.
Canada, it will not give you the answer. This was built for our for
Every
me to
dollar you put
practice,
into it
get my
creates a
word choice
legacy for your
correct.
family. It's not just an expense, it's an investment in their future.
Please let me know what are the
And
questions you
here's
would
the
like to
clincher.
ask. I would love
If
to
you're
ask him
disciplined
live
enough
right
to
now.
buy term and invest the difference, that's great. But most people aren't. Permanent insurance ensures that the money is there when your family needs it most, without any extra effort on your part. Finally, wrap it up by asking, Would you like me to show you how we can structure this to balance affordability with long-term protection?
This is a major objection that I
Keep
get.
it sharp.
Need insurance for now, and I will find you later.
All right, when someone says, I don't need insurance for now, I completely understand. Timing is everything, and it's great that you're thinking about this. Then gently challenge their assumption by phrasing this. If something unexpected were to happen tomorrow, would your family be financially secure without any stress or compromise? This shifts the focus from later to what if now. Next, use a relatable analogy. Say, insurance is like a fire extinguisher. You don't buy it because you expect a fire tomorrow, but you have it because if a fire happens, it protects everything you've built. This makes the concept tangible and urgent. Address the later part directly. Say, the thing about insurance is, the earlier you get it, the more affordable it is. Waiting only makes it more expensive. And sometimes health changes can get harder to qualify. Wouldn't it be better to lock in the protection now while it's easier and more cost effective? Wrap it up with a soft close. How about we explore a plan that fits your current needs and budget? Keep it conversational, focused on solving their concerns, right?
All right. Sanjay, I've got a mentee of mine whose name is Samar. Ask me this question: how do I position insurance as a part of a mutual fund or a stock market portfolio? And how does insurance play a role in that? So how can I give insurance in one that markets and mutual funds?
Insurance to mutual funds or the stock market. The key is to position insurance as complementary, not competitive. Start by acknowledging their perspective. To the role of insurance. Explain, mutual funds and stocks are about growing wealth, but insurance is about protecting it. It's like building a house. Stocks and mutual funds are the bricks, but insurance is the foundation. Without a strong foundation, the entire structure is at risk. Use a relatable analogy. Say, think of your financial portfolio as a car. Stocks and mutual funds are the engine. They drive growth. But insurance is the seatbelt. It doesn't make the car go faster, but it protects you when things go wrong. Without it, one accident could derail everything you've built. Then, address the common misconception about returns. Of insurance isn't to compete with stocks.
I'm going to stop you there, Sanjay.
It's to
Gabriel
ensure
from
that
Philippines
no
is
matter
one of
what
my
happens,
mentees.
your family or business has the liquidity to keep moving forward.
All right, I'm going to stop you there.
Not about how
I've
much
got a
it
mentee
grows,
from the
but
Philippines.
about
Her
how
name is
much it
Gabriel,
protects.
and she's asked a
Finally,
question.
wrap it up with a question to engage them.
Sanjay,
Ask, would you like me to show you how you structure your portfolio so that your investment, while your insurance ensures that growth is never at risk?
all right, Sanjay, I'm going
Keep
to
it
stop you
sharp,
there.
relatable, and focused on solving their concerns.
I have another
Right?
question. All right, how do I position insurance for a business owner who's about 60 years old? Could you give me an idea?
Did I lose you?
Yeah, Gabriel, one of my mentees, has asked this question. She has a client who's a business owner and he's been doing business 60 years old. How can I position insurance to someone like that?
Hey, are you still there?
Hey, I'm there. Gabriel, one of my mentees from the Philippines, has asked a question. How do I position insurance to a business owner who's a proud 60 years old? All right, let's try to call him back. I think it's my internet that went a little bit haywire. So let me just call him back. And Gabriel, I'm going to ask that question. And I'm going to tell you what the purpose of this clone is. The purpose of this clone is not just to ask it questions, but the purpose of this clone is for you to even do role play. So you do the presentation and then he will give you feedback. So my clone will actually give you feedback whether your presentation is good, whether it's bad. And I'm going to show you one of that after I ask this last question that Gabriel has asked. So we're going to talk about this today. Let's connect back.
Net worth and refine your options.
Hi, I have a mentee of mine. Her name is Gabriel, and she asked this question: Sanjay, how do I speak to a business owner about 60 years old about life insurance? All right. We're gonna come back to this a little later, guys. But I just wanted to give you an idea of how much time and effort I'm putting into ensuring that our industry has the best tool available to every single one of you, right? So I'm gonna get this back again. I'm just trying to fix my bandwidth a little bit because I am in a hotel right now, so I am trying to fix the bandwidth. So I'm going to get that done as well. But I did want you all to do this, right? I wanted you all to understand how amazing it is if I can actually sit down and talk to every single one of you. That was the purpose of this. Guys, I did want to take a quick break because I'm going to ask Harris to come back on. Harris, could we take a quick break and then we take it from there?
Absolutely. Yes, perfect. No worries. So we'll take a just about a 10-minute break. It's 8:27 p.m. Singapore time right now. I think let's come back 8:40 p.m. 13-minute break, right? 8:40 p.m. I have a few announcements that I want to share with you guys. One of it is, of course, regarding Asset Structuring Club, right? So give me a moment to just find the announcement. 1 second. Yes. All right. Perfect. Okay. So there is an upcoming event happening on the 19th of May on International Asset Structuring Masterclass. This is available for the Asset Structuring Club members. And also check out the PDF notes at the end to see all the upcoming sessions available. There's quite a few sessions coming up for the rest of the year. There's going to be the one in May that I just mentioned, one in August, another one which is Final Sprint. There might be October or November, and one more in November, and then the next one after that would be next year in February. All right. So if you want to find out more about joining Asset Structuring Club, you can go to mentor.sanjaytolani.com/ASC2025. Again, that is mentor.sanjaytolani.com/ASC2025. Okay. We also have a book bundle available for today's session. This is a compilation of 5 books. You have the Perfect Mindset Playbook. You have Concept Presentation Playbook, which is one of my personal favorites. You have Estate Planning Playbook, Financial Planning Playbook, and 28,000. All right. So if you're interested to get a hold of these 5 books at 63% off, you can go to mentor.sanjaytolani.com/bundle order form, and then the numbers are 25382171, or you can just go to the last page of the PDF notes and it's there available as well. Again, it's 5 books. There's free shipping. You get Perfect Mindset Playbook, Concept Presentation, Estate Planning Playbook, Financial Planning Playbook, and the 28,000 book. All right. And also, we're gonna give away one free ebook for everybody that's actually joining us live. This is the Big Case Closer Mindset ebook. Anybody that's joining us live, what you can do is just maybe take a photo of yourself, with Sanjay in the background in your computer screen, and tag us on social media. All right. So it's I think SR Tolani. You can find us on Instagram. That will be the best way possible. Just make sure that your account is public so we can see it and drop your message for access to the free Big Case Closer ebook. All right. So yes, so we'll be back in 10 minutes time at 8:40 p.m. We'll see you shortly.
Markets are falling. Interest rates may pivot. Global trade is being restructured. Is this an opportunity or a fear for financial advisors like us? You see, every market shakeup creates 2 responses. Number 1 is a panic for some, and number 2 is planning for others. With interest rates likely to shift, tariffs hitting cross-border flows, and liquidity being reshuffled, the wealthy are already starting to restructure their assets. They are not just worried about returns, they're worried about control. When markets become unpredictable, the wealthy don't wait. They restructure. They don't just reallocate investments. They're moving assets into trusts, corporate structures, and off-balance sheet solutions. Because every time the rules change, they play a smarter game. This is where asset structuring becomes the most powerful conversation an advisor can have. I still remember during the COVID recession in 2020, I told more mentoring family to shift their conversations from investments to protection. Back then, it felt like a small pivot. For those of you who did it, it opened up massive opportunities. Now, in 2025, I see the next wave. Clients are craving clarity, stability, and long-term control. And that's exactly what asset structuring offers. Why is every top advisor mastering asset structuring in 2025? What if we only had 4 years to make that change that will affect our industry? That's exactly the situation we are in right now. Asset structuring isn't just a trend, it's quickly becoming the new standard in our industry, and I strongly believe it will be the norm within the next 4 years. You can either start learning now or find yourself playing catch up later. Hi, my name is Dr. Sanjay Tolani, and I help stagnated financial advisors get to the next level. Because in our business, the most important thing is about building the right structure. You see, in 2024, I achieved over 327 TOTs, but that was because I was able to not just meet more clients or find new clients, but because I have kind of figured out how to close bigger cases. And one of the core features, or one of the most important factors in closing big cases, is the art of asset structuring. But I wasn't always where I am today. Like many of you, I started off chasing small cases, working long hours, and hitting income plateaus. I wasn't until I shifted my focus to asset structuring that I began to see real growth in my business. So, without further ado, let's jump into today's lesson by answering some questions I've been getting from advisors. Dr. Sanjay, why is asset structuring such a big deal? How can I start working with high net worth clients through asset structuring? Is this really going to become the future of our industry? Why is asset structuring the future of financial planning? So let's now dive into why asset structuring is important for every single advisor to help change their career. Why is asset structuring the future of financial planning? The insurance industry is evolving, and now high net worth clients are not just looking for basic protection, but they're looking for sophisticated strategies that will help them preserve and grow their wealth. This is where asset structuring comes in. It allows you to protect your clients' wealth from taxes, creditors, and lawsuits while helping them achieve their estate planning goals. But why should this matter to you? Imagine how powerful it would be if you're already ahead of the curve while others are still figuring it out. This expertise will not only help you close bigger cases, but it will also position you as a trusted advisor, not just someone selling insurance. To help you understand the impact of asset structuring, let's compare two advisors, Peter and John. Peter is a steady advisor who sticks to small, straightforward cases. He's closing policies worth $5,000 consistently. Over time, his income grows, but eventually it plateaus because limited by how many clients he can serve in a day. He is stuck in a cycle of more meetings for less gain. John, on the other hand, started with inconsistent big cases, some $50,000, others as low as $1,000. But over time, John got this skill in asset structuring. Now he deals with fewer clients, but each client brings in significantly more income. His understanding of company structure, tax law, regulation, and trusts has allowed him to position himself as a trusted advisor, someone who helps clients manage and grow their wealth holistically. John's career is more exciting and he is more respected by his clients. Think about it. Wouldn't you want to be like John? Here are some real results of my mentees who have actually mastered the art of asset structuring. One advisor was struggling with small cases, but after applying asset structuring, he closed a $3 million case in just 6 months. Another advisor managed to double his entire previous year's income in just 3 months by shifting his focus to asset structuring and working with high net worth clients. And one of my mentees, who has never closed a case above 100,000, opened up 4 major asset structuring deals. And if she even closed one, she's on track to tripling her income in 2025. The list goes on, but the point here is not to boast. It's to show you that asset structuring works and you can benefit from it too. These are ordinary advisors that are willing to relearn on how to actually do their business and approach their clients. If you're ready to do the same, this strategy will transform your business. The harsh truth about our business. We have all heard this saying that our business is a numbers game. Have more appointments and close more deals. I used to believe that too, but there's a limit on how many clients you can meet in a day. In fact, I remember many late nights when I first started as an advisor, traveling for hours just to meet clients, hoping to close more bigger cases. I kept asking myself, is there a simpler way to achieve the same results while working fewer hours? I wondered why some top advisors worked fewer hours, got to travel, and still earn more than me, despite me having meetings like 10 or 20 clients in a day. That's when I decided to embark on a personal journey to find this breakthrough. But let's be very honest, it wasn't easy. I spent years seeking guidance from mentors around the world, trying to uncover that secret behind their success. What I discovered was this, that many top advisors at the top level weren't necessarily working harder. they had figured out how to close bigger cases, and they kept this strategy a little secret. I tried what they taught me over the decade, upgraded my knowledge on structures, and that's when the magic started to happen. Within the first year of my journey, I achieved MDRT in just 6 months. By the second year, it was 3 months. The next year, 1 month. And in 2024, I reached an incredible milestone of 327 TOT. Let me be clear, this isn't just about working harder. What truly propelled my success was learning how to close larger and more complex cases, and asset structuring played a huge role in that transformation. It took me over 20 years to fully understand the potential of asset structuring. The power of asset structuring. In 2024, I saw my efforts multiply by 1,000% compared to when I first started. This wasn't just by selling insurance. It was about mastering the art of creating long-term value for my clients by protecting and growing their wealth. But before you get too excited about what asset structuring can do for your business, let's be real for a moment. Success in this field doesn't happen overnight. To make the most of this powerful tool, you need to meet 2 key requirements. Requirement number 1 is mindset. You have to understand what is truly big. If you think $10,000 is a big case, that's where you limit your stay. Shifting your mindset to think in terms of larger, more complex cases like $100,000 or $1 million policies opens the door to bigger opportunities. Asset structuring requires you to think about protecting and growing your client's entire portfolio, not just a piece of it. I remember one of my mentees from the Big Case Closer Mentorship started off with me with 3 years and said, 100,000 premium is a large case. Today, he only wants to focus on opening up cases where at least the premium is $500,000. A lot of advisors get comfortable in their comfort zone. But if you want to break through, you need to relearn and expand your vision of what's possible. That is something I always guide my mentees on. The second is skill set. You must develop the technical skills to navigate asset structuring. This includes understanding tax laws, business structures, estate planning, and even more. Without these skills, you won't be able to serve high net worth clients effectively. Just like any other profession, having the right skill is non-negotiable if you want to be the best. You're probably thinking, Dr. Sanjay, if asset structuring is so important, then why isn't every advisor already a master in it? That's a great question, and one I get asked a lot. The truth is, there's simply not enough accessible information about it. Asset structuring is a term I developed to better explain this concept to my own mentees. It doesn't expect or exist in a formal professional term yet. Just like how back in 2020, I introduced the idea of concept presentation to teach advisors how to shift conversations from products to concept. Asset structuring was created for the same reason, to give advisors a framework to navigate complex financial strategies. Think about it. Most advisors are trained in traditional financial planning and selling insurance products. But asset structuring goes beyond that. It requires a deep knowledge of tax laws, business structure, estate planning, and an understanding of how to protect and grow a client's entire portfolio. This isn't something you can just pick up in a typical training or a textbook. You'd probably need to read 100+ books and spend thousands of hours studying just to scratch the surface. For example, how do you combine trust with insurance? How do you integrate a corporate structure with personal wealth strategies? And that's why in 2022, I actually started a secret project behind closed doors. I called it Asset Structuring 2030, a strategic initiative designed to keep advisors from our family ahead of the curve. I saw a major gap in our industry, and I wanted to make sure that serious advisors had access to the knowledge that could transform their careers. It's taken me over 20 years to build this expertise by doing my PhD in finance and with hands-on experience working with high net worth clients. I have been fortunate to have access to some of the best resources and mentors, but many hardworking advisors out there don't get the same opportunities. Even when they do, the information they find is often outdated, and that really frustrates me. This is exactly why I focused on creating an up-to-date, practical content around asset structuring so advisors like you can stay implementing these strategies right away. Here's the tricky part. At the highest level, where advisors are earning significant income, very few take the time to document what they do. Why? Because they're busy closing deals, managing portfolios, and handling complex financial structures. Teaching takes a backseat. So even if you're willing to pay to learn, finding someone who can truly teach you asset structuring becomes a real challenge. And the reality is, you can't just learn asset structuring on your own. You have to be brought into it. It requires mentorship, real-world examples, and someone to guide you step by step. That's why after refining these strategies over the years, I'm now sharing them through the Asset Structuring Club and my Big Case Closer mentorship. Have you noticed I've been quieter on social media? Some of you might have realized that since mid-2022, I've organized fewer events and been less on social media. It's not because I've stopped mentoring, actually quite the opposite. The business has been incredible thanks to asset structuring. I've been expanding more time with my mentees, helping them capitalize on these opportunities while continuing to meet my clients and close bigger deals. You see, mentorship and sharing knowledge aren't things I do it because I have to. They are truly because I'm passionate about it. I'm still out there meeting clients and closing deals just like you. I've been using asset structuring to maximize my results for both myself and my mentees. That's why I've been working hard to keep this drive and this wave of opportunity. But here's something to note. I haven't aggressively marketed the Asset Structuring Club or the mentorship in 2024. Why? Because I wanted to keep it very intimate and focused so that mentees who joined could get the most out of it, and I've been watching as they open bigger cases, land higher premiums, and realize what truly is possible with these strategies. Seeing their breakthrough movement keeps me motivated and excited about the future. Most importantly, I want to give those of you who believe in me a competitive advantage in 2025. In fact, some of the advisors who started this journey, they were very skeptical. Now they are closing 7-figure premiums and have completely shifted their mindsets. They've become trusted advisors to their clients, not just insurance agents. And that's what keeps me passionate about continuing to refine and share these strategies. Now, here's the good news. I'm excited that the Asset Structuring Club and the Big Case Closer mentorship program is now officially open. But let me be upfront. I've intentionally kept these programs small and intimate for a reason. My focus is on giving each mentee personalized attention, ensuring they truly master these strategies. I'm not aiming to take on a large number of people. Instead, I want to work with advisors who are serious about transforming their business and scaling to the next level. Each year, I only accept a select number of advisors. Once the slots are filled, that's it for that year. And trust me, they fill up fast. So if you're ready to take your business to the next level, now is the time to act. You don't want to be left waiting another year to join. Why now is the time to start? Let me be clear that those advisors which have mastered the art of asset structuring will be the ones leading and dominating this industry. For those of you who actually miss out on this trend, I want you all to understand it has already started. And if you don't master this art now, you will be left trying to catch up with all the other advisors that have mastered asset structuring. The opportunity is here and it's now. You have the chance to be part of this vanguard, the select few who are truly prepared to navigate this changing landscape. Don't wait until it's too late. Hey Asset Structuring Club members, what if you could step into 2025 fully equipped to approach high net worth clients confidently and consistently securing larger cases? Imagine becoming the advisor your clients trust to protect their wealth, minimize their taxes, and plan for generational security. This year presents a massive opportunity. The demand for advisors who can help high net worth clients structure their assets effectively is greater than ever. In 2024, we saw some truly remarkable results within ASC. Many members who once hesitated to approach high net worth clients have now mastered the art of opening up valuable conversations with them, quickly demonstrating expertise that earned their trust. By applying the ASC framework, several advisors reported that they're opening up cases that are 5 times larger than usual. Other experience transformation in client relationships with satisfied clients not only returning but actively referring more high value leads. The results speak volume about the effectiveness of this approach and the impact it can have on your career. Yet, it is no secret that working with high net worth clients comes with a unique challenge. Many advisors struggle to understand complex client needs or don't know where to start with decisions around wealth protection and asset structuring. This is where Asset Structuring 2025 can make all the difference. This year's modules are designed to evaluate you as the go-to advisor, also providing you with a
All right. Hey guys, I hope you're back. Can you just tell me I am so I know you guys are back here? Now, how many of you enjoyed listening to me talking to myself? How many of you enjoyed that? All right. All right, Gurdeep's back. Great. How many of you actually found that interesting, me talking to myself? And how many of you learned something very interesting? I want you all to realize something, that this is not AI. This is actually me. It's a clone of me. It's my knowledge. It's my experience. It is not. It was me talking to myself, and there's a reason for that. When I'm talking and I'm practicing with myself, it gives me the opportunity to become better. Yes, it's absolutely something that allows me to kind of get an idea of what I could be doing better with my own business. Guys, I have to find a way to continue growing every year. We have to agree on one thing, that if you want to continue to grow, something needs to change. Either you change your market, you change your product, you change your strategy, something needs to change. And that's what's very important. Now, what I did want to ask all you guys was, which other language would you like me to try this in? Right? I would love to know that feedback from you as well. How many of you found it a little freaky? Tell me that. How many of you found it a little weird as well? Thanks, Samar. I know that that was a very tricky question in terms of putting mutual funds, stock markets. It's a very difficult question to kind of keep it, to be very, I would say, cohesive in your thoughts. You have to be very structured in the way you think to handle that kind of an objection or to handle that kind of a situation. And that's the reason why I built this, because sometimes even I forget the words. Even I forget the words that I want to use with my clients, and that's why I created this, because we all forget. We are humans, right? And I wanted to build a clone that would allow me to perfect myself in terms of choosing my words correctly. So before I go into a meeting, I have a conversation with my clone that, okay, I'm going to be meeting this type of a client. What could be the sales idea? What could be the concept that I could be functioning or, having a conversation about? And I would love to try Tagalog. Unfortunately, my Tagalog is absolutely bad, but I will make you experience it. That I can promise. All right. Summer, we are still testing it. So right now it's only available to my mentees, because we have spent a lot of money to build the clone. It is an expensive technology. It is not cheap. It's because it was an artificial brain that was built just to me. So that is something that it's going to be only available right now to all the ASC members from the 1st of May. So those of you who are in the ASC program, you will be getting access to it from the 1st of May. But the BCC members already have access to it, and whoever is in the mentorship program will be able to access it. Burmese language, good question. I don't think so. No, we don't have Burmese. We've got Vietnamese for sure. We've got Chinese, which is Mandarin, so it does speak in Mandarin. Danish, Dutch, Finnish, French, German, Hindi, Hungarian, Indonesian. So it is in Bahasa Indonesia. It's also in Malay, so it's also in Bahasa Malaysia. Portuguese, Romanian, Russian, Spanish. It is in Tamil. Yes, Krishna, it is in Tamil. Turkish, Ukrainian. So we've managed to get even Ukrainian into this. But like I said, we are training it. It's also in Arabic. Uh, by the way, how many of you would like to see the chat function of this? Because you can also chat with with my clone. You don't have to talk. So if you're not comfortable talking to my clone, how many of you would like to chat with my clone? How many of you would like to see that? Me chatting with my clone, right? Um, how many of you would like to chat with my clone? All right, let me try to see if I can get my clone to chat with me. All right, give me a second. Let me share screen so all of you can see it. All right. Can you see my clone? Okay, let's try the chat function. All right. Hey, I am meeting a client who is 40 years old and a very good businessman. He has four companies and two children who are 17 and who are not 17 will be too old, 10 and 8. What kind of advice should I give him? All right, let's try. Let it think, let it think. All right, let's break this down. You're meeting a 40-year-old businessman with 4 companies and 2 young. This is a classic case of someone. Wow, that was fast. Okay. All right, let's read it properly. This is a classic case of someone who has the wealth accumulation phase but needs to start thinking about wealth preservation, legacy planning. Here's how I would approach it. Position yourself as a specialist. Start by positioning yourself. I work with successful business owners like you to transition from making money to keeping and growing wealth within the family across generations. Understand his priority. What's your vision for your children's future? Do you want them to take over the business, or would you prefer that they have the freedom to choose their own paths? How do you currently ensure that your companies and personal wealth are protected from the risks like lawsuits and economic downturns? Have you thought about how your wealth will be transferred to your children? These questions will help you identify whether his focus is on the business continuity, family legacy, or risk management. Introduce the concept of structuring wealth. Imagine your wealth is like a river. Right now, it's flowing strongly because of your businesses. But what happens if there is a drought? Structuring your wealth is like building a reservoir and canals. So do you realize it's giving you an example of a concept that you can use? Yes, it is extremely fast. It's instant, literally instant, just like me. Thinks very quickly, right? So it helps you. It gives you the text, end the call to act, end it with a call to action, right? You have built an incredible legacy. Let's start by creating a roadmap to protect your wealth, prepare your children, secure your family's future. This approach not only positions you as a high value advisor, but also opens the door. Now, that's why I said, I get an objection that I need to ask my CFO. How do I handle that? All right. Let it think, let it think. I want you to realize this, right? That the purpose of me creating this entire structure was for you to be able to have a conversation with me. That was the whole point. So we're trying to build this to be a replication of me. It has already got my knowledge. It's got my information. I've uploaded my emails, so it gets an idea of my tonality, the way I speak, and it helps me correct that, right? So it helps me correct all of that, and that's one thing that's very, very important. That it helps me correct all the mistakes that I'm making with my business. Just give me a second. I think we need to Stop that. I'm getting this question from Ninja. How do I explain inheritance tax? All right, guys, let me explain inheritance tax in a nutshell. Any money that you want your kids to inherit, right? Um, any money that you want your kids to inherit um, will potentially be subject to what we call inheritance tax, which means moving money from one generation to the next. Okay, let me again share screen so you guys can continue to see. Give me a second. All right. Okay, share screen, advisor X7. Let's go there. Guys, this is basically already available to all the BCC members. Guys, if you haven't been speaking to the clone, now is your time to speak to the clone. I have already put it up there for all the BCC men. You guys can already access it, so please do. Hi. Okay. All right. Let me call you back. Let me call you. All right. So let's start a call. Let's try Hindi. How many of you would like me to try Hindi? Just for the heck of it. All right. Let's try Hindi. That's one language I know. So let's try Hindi if it works. Sorry, I'm in a hotel, so my internet connection is a little bit bad, and that's what's slowing it down. But
X7 आपका स्वागत है सलाहकारों के लिए दुनिया का उच्च नेटवर्थ एआई। मैं डॉ संजय का एआई हूं। एक वास्तविक केस स्टडी समस्या साझा करें जिसका आप अब सामना कर रहे हैं, या भूमिका निभाने के लिए हाँ कहें जहां मैं आपकी प्रतिक्रिया को चुनौती दूंगा और आपके दृष्टिकोण को सुधारूंगा।
आप अपनी स्पीड 50% बढ़ाएंगे प्लीज।
50%? Perfect. You know, this reminds me of a conversation I had with a client who was worth $200 million. Sanjay, how much should I allocate? And I confidently told him, the formula is 50%. At that time, I had never closed a deal of that size, but I trusted the formula. He started with 50 million, and the next year, we upgraded to 100 million. The key is to trust the process and the formula. So, tell me, how do you plan to position this increase with your client?
Sanjay, can I do a role play with you about a client that I'm going to meet in the next 1 hour?
Of course, let's dive into it. Tell me a bit about the client. What's their profile? Are they a business owner, a high-income professional, or someone with generational wealth?
So they are.
And what's the main objective for this
lot
meeting?
of generational wealth.
Are you focusing on wealth protection? All right, so here's how we'll approach this. Imagine I'm your client. I'm a business owner with significant generational wealth. I've built an empire and I'm proud of it. But here's the thing. My biggest concern isn't just about growing my wealth anymore. It's about ensuring that my children and their children can sustain and grow this legacy without unnecessary complications. Now start by positioning yourself as a strategist. Don't sell me a product. Sell me a solution to a problem I might not even know I have. So, how would you open this conversation with me? Go ahead, let's hear it.
So I want to talk about the flow of water. I want to let you know that when you talk about the flow of water, money going from one generation to the next, the most important thing is making sure variable income. And as you grow your wealth, I want you to focus on shifting your variable income into guaranteed income. So I want you to think about that it's about finding a way to build that. How do you suggest me to do that? Is that the correct presentation?
All right, let me stop you right there. Your intention is solid, but the delivery needs refinement. You're jumping straight into the solution, guaranteed versus variable income, without framing the problem first. Remember, wealthy clients don't buy products or even concepts. They buy solutions to problems they didn't know they had. Let's rework this. Start with the metaphor, but make it relatable and engaging. For example, say, Mr. Client, think of your wealth as a lake. This lake feeds a river, and that river flows into an ocean. The ocean represents the wealth your family will inherit. But here's the thing. Dries up, the ocean won't sustain itself. Income keeps flowing, not just for you, but for generations to come. Then pause. Let them absorb the imagery. After that, you can introduce the idea of guaranteed versus variable income. Say, now this river can flow ways, guaranteed like a steady stream, or variable like a river depends on rainfall. Both have their place, but the key is balance. Guaranteed income ensures there's always water flowing. Job is to help you structure balance so your family's wealth doesn't just survive, it thrives. Notice the difference? You're not just talking about income types, you're painting a picture of legacy.
All right, guys, let me just share something very important. Do you realize that when I did my presentation, my own clone corrected me, right? It actually told me that, Sanjay, you're jumping straight into the solution. You're not framing it correctly. And that's something that is what I call role playing. See, the problem is when you role play with your colleagues, you role play with your friends, you jump straight to the solution because you're assuming they already have the framework. And that is what makes us wrong. When we sit down with our clients, we don't have the framework in place and we directly go straight into solution. And our clients are thinking, I don't even need this because the solution has no purpose. There's no proper framework as to why this solution is important. And that's what this clone reminded me right now. I went directly into solution. I spoke about guaranteed income and variable income. And it said, listen, stop jumping to solution. First, give the framework. Clients are not buying products. They're not buying solutions. I mean, they're not buying a concept. They're actually buying a solution to a problem that they did not even know they had. And that's what I said. My clone is here to correct me because even I go into a meeting and I'm already giving them, as soon as I enter the meeting, I'm throwing solution, right? Do this, do this, do this, do this. Why? The why has not been answered. And that's what the clone does. It actually tells me that, Sanjay, you forgot to talk about the why before the what. What should you do? How should you do it? All that comes after the why. And that was the purpose of me building this clone, that I wanted the opportunity for advisors to get that, right? And we all make that mistake. All of us are guilty of that, including me. I'm extremely guilty, right? I'm guilty because I always jump straight to the solution because I already assume you already know it, right? And this was the feedback I got from some of the BCC mentees, right? I got 4 feedbacks. Number 1, Sanjay, your clone is smarter than you. That's not a compliment. That scares the shit out of me. Number 1, Sanjay, your clone is smarter than you. Number 2, Sanjay, your clone is more patient than you. So you get irritated when you ask the same question twice. When you ask the same question twice to my clone, the second time it assumes you did not understand the first time, so it makes it even easier to understand the second time. The third feedback I got was the clone is more detailed than you. Because you see, I assume you already have certain knowledge which you might not have. And I'm assuming that because you've been in the business 10 years, 15 years, whatever. So I assume that you're taking over, right? And I just jump straight to the answer. And number 4, Sanjay, it's available. Guys, I have my own business to do, right? I have to meet my own clients. I've got my own sales targets. It gets difficult for me to answer everyone's question. And that was one of the reasons why I built the clone, so that you can have access to my knowledge and have a conversation with that. Gaurav, AI is not taking over. AI is helping us become more productive and more efficient. And I think that is something that we need to understand that first of all, this is not AI. This is me, right? It's an artificial brain. Um, it's my brain. It's my knowledge. I know all of this. But we are humans, and as humans, we assume many things. So you can actually role play with it, guys. All the BCC guys, all the AC guys. Effective 1st of May, you'll have access to this as well. Spend time talking, practice, because do you realize practicing the conversation makes you better? Every time you speak and speak, and you have, let's say you have no one else to talk to, you can talk to my clone. That was the whole point of building this clone, that this clone is for you. It's for you to be able to have a real conversation, and have a conversation that will help you grow better and to build the right foundation, right? It's about finding this important structure. By the way, I don't know how many of you know this. I will be putting up. I will be putting up a book. So everyone that has come to this session, I'm giving you a book for free. Right? It's called the Financial Planning Book. You can download this book for free. The link is there in the PDF. So if you download the PDF, you'll have access to it. I'll try to see if my team can put up the QR code right now for that book. Download there you go. So if you notice there's a QR code, it's the free ebook. You can download this ebook, and there's a reason for that. This book was not made for you. This book was made for clients. So when you're talking to clients and they tell you, oh, I don't need this, I don't think I need this, I've written down what you need as a basic foundation, right? So guys, you can download this book for free. It's a gift for all of you. Happy 2025. This is a gift for every single one of you that is watching this video, because you have taken the time to learn. I am here to teach. But you can actually get this. You can get access to this book for free. Just scan the QR code and you'll be able to download it. There are 3 questions that are in the book that are very important, right? It's what I call the insurance graph. That insurance graph has got 2 things. Number 1, there are 3 questions you need to ask to know exactly what a client will potentially need. And these are 3 very simple questions, right? Are you married? So that tells me whether you're individual or you're a couple. It's important, right? Number 2, do you have an income? So are you earning money or are you spending someone else's money? So both ways, you need to understand that. And number 3, do you have any dependents like children or parents? And as soon as you know the answer to these 3 questions, all your clients will fall into what we call 8 categories: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. You will automatically fall into one of these 8 categories. And what in each category, what is the generic or what is the general advice that I would give those clients? So I've already written this down. So if you don't have access to my clone, you would have access to this book that can give you general advice that I would give to a client based on which category they fall in, right? So it falls into A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So there are 8 categories. And why is this important? When someone challenges you, you have this book as a rule of thumb, as a guide on what a person should be doing, right? This is a book that's available. There are 4 products and there are 4 rules of thumb. So one is life insurance. The second one is critical illness. The third one is having a retirement plan. And number 4 is how do you plan for your kids' education, right? So the 4 major products that we function in. I do not talk a lot about health insurance because I believe that is a very country-specific conversation. So I can't make it general. It's very difficult for me to give you a general advice on health insurance. So I did want to give every single one of you access to this book for free. Please do download it. It is for you. If you have friends who you think might need access to the book, please share this link with them as well. This is my gift to every single one of you. Guys, I want to try and give you as much as I can. And that's the reason for me to do this session, right? Is I want to give you as much as I can. I do want you to also write this down. This is important. There are 5 types of assets. There are 5 types of assets: equities, bonds, commodities, properties, and cash. So there are 5 types of assets, and each type of asset will fit into what we call your retirement plan. So I do follow something called the ABCD strategy. The ABCD strategy is already mentioned in the 28,000 book. So if you have the 28,000 book, the ABCD retirement strategy is mentioned there on page number 102. So if you have the 28,000 book, it is on page number 102. If you have the retirement planning playbook, it's also in the retirement planning playbook. So I have put this also in the financial planning playbook. So it's also going to be in this book, the financial planning book, the ABCD retirement strategy. And how do you plan based on the different types of assets? How do you change the assets as you get closer to retirement? What is the structure you follow? I've been putting that out as well. And I think the most amazing thing that I have written down, and I love this, I absolutely love this. It's also there in today's PDF, but it's there in almost all my books, the 6 sources of income. Right? And the problem is every time I sit down with a client, they will tell me, Sanjay, I have property, I get rental from that. I've got fixed deposits, I get interest from that. Guys, there are 6 sources of income. All right. So write this down. If you haven't got it, write it down. It's there in the PDF, but just write this down. It'll help you memorize. Please memorize these, right? Rental income from properties. That is one type of income. Dividends from equities, right? So if you have an equity portfolio, you've got income from those dividends from that equity portfolio. Number 3, coupons from a bond, right? So if you have a bond portfolio, you keep getting coupons from that bond portfolio. Number 4 is interest on fixed deposits. So a lot of people, they keep fixed deposits and they get interest on that. So that's number 4. Number 5 is pension from the social security, from the government, right? So in certain countries, you do get access to pension. For example, in Singapore, you've got CPF. In Malaysia, you've got EPF. In India, you've got PF. So you've got all these different social security systems around the world that the government gives you access to a certain amount of wealth. That's number 5. And number 6, which is the least used or the least understood, is income from endowments and annuities. Right? It's probably one of the least understood products, least understood strategies. But when you combine all 6 into one, you can play with the market, right? So 6 sources of income. It's something that will help you. Thanks, JJ. JJ, I'm so glad you're here. 3 questions, 8 type of clients, absolutely correct. 5 types of assets, 6 sources of income, and the ABCD investment strategy. So there are 3 questions you need to ask, and that will divide them into 8 types of clients. All those 8 types of clients will have potentially 5 types of assets, and they should have 6 sources of income. And if you follow the ABCD strategy, you're building the income in the right direction, right? So thanks a lot, Haing, for putting that out there. She summarized all those points together. Guys, today's session is about identifying what makes you special. Today's session is about identifying how you specialize. Today's session is about understanding how asset needs to be structured in the future. And if you don't understand that you need to structure assets correctly and you don't position yourself as an asset structuring specialist, you don't build the right team around you, you will not be able to scale, you will not be able to get the results that you want. And I need you all to please change your mindset from the millionaire mindset to the billionaire mindset. Guys, the only reason why I'm able to do 1 TOT every day is because I'm thinking $1 billion, $1 billion, $1 billion, $1 billion, $1 billion. I'm not thinking million, million, million. You need to start thinking big first. So step number 1, getting your mindset correct. Step number 2 is growing your skill. And to grow your skill, you have to practice. I know most of you know how to drive a car, right? Now, when you know how to drive a car, what makes you different from a Formula One driver? So if you are driving a car and there's a Formula One driver driving a car, what makes that driver special? There's only one thing: practice. practice, practice, practice with the right team around you, with the right strategy around you, you will become successful. It's a given. Your probability of success automatically increases when you work hard, you have the right strategy, and you have the right team around you. So if you want to know how to do that, I'm willing to teach, I'm willing to share. That's the reason why I've spent this time with you. I don't get anything from this except, okay, let me give you the selfish reason. When I see every single advisor getting to that next level, it makes me feel happy that our industry is progressing. We are becoming a multi-billion dollar industry. We're not talking millions anymore. Guys, the quantum of premium that is being collected in the market is in billions of dollars, not in millions of dollars anymore. Please stop thinking small and start thinking big. Please do bigger presentations. Please get into the habit of adding more zeros to your conversation. You need to add more zeros. If you can't add two zeros, at least add one more zero to your conversation. So if you're talking about a million, add one more, become 10. If you're talking 10, add one more, become 100. And if you're talking 100, please add one so that becomes a billion. Please learn to have bigger conversations. Push your limits. Absolutely, please push your limits. I do want to try and see if I can get my clock in another language right now. So I'm really stoked on that one. Last night it worked. It was fantastic. But let me try to see if I can get it to speak in another language. So I'm going to start the call in Hindi. All right. Let's try Hindi again. It always comes down to what your internet connection is, I guess. And that's what slows it down.
X7 Pro में आपका स्वागत है, दुनिया का पहला उच्च नेटवर्थ एआई एडवाइजर्स के लिए। मैं डॉ संजय का एआई हूँ। कोई वास्तविक केस स्टडी समस्या साझा करें जिसका आप अभी सामना कर रहे हैं, या हाँ कहें ताकि मैं आपकी प्रतिक्रिया को चुनौती दूं और आपके दृष्टिकोण को बेहतर बनाऊं।
हाँ, हाँ बोलिए।
आपको किस विषय पर बात करनी है? क्या आप किसी विशेष स्थिति पर चर्चा करना चाहते हैं या कोई समस्या है जिसे आप हल करना चाहते हैं? मुझे बताइए
मेरे क्लाइंट
ताकि
ने
मैं
मुझे
आपकी
बोला
मदद
कि
कर सकूं।
उसको अपनी बीवी से पूछना है।
देखिए, जब कोई क्लाइंट कहता है कि उन्हें अपनी पत्नी से पूछना है, तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि वे ना कह रहे हैं। इसका मतलब है कि वे निर्णय लेने से पहले किसी और की राय लेना चाहते हैं, और ये एकदम स्वाभाविक है। आपको इस स्थिति को संभालने के लिए थोड़ा रणनीतिक होना पड़ेगा। सबसे पहले आप कह सकते हैं, मैं समझता हूं कि यह एक महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय है और आप अपनी पत्नी को इसमें शामिल करना चाहते हैं। क्यों ना हम एक मीटिंग सेट करें जहां मैं आपकी पत्नी को भी ये सब समझा सकूं, ताकि उनके सारे सवालों का जवाब मैं दे सकूं और आप दोनों मिलकर एक इन्फॉर्म्ड डिसीजन ले सकें। इससे दो फायदे होंगे। पहला, आप उनकी पत्नी को भी इस प्रक्रिया में शामिल कर पाएंगे, और दूसरा, आप ये सुनिश्चित करेंगे कि क्लाइंट को अकेले सब कुछ समझाने का दबाव न हो। याद रखिए, हम बिजनेस में हैं, और जब आप परिवार को शामिल करते हैं, एक पॉलिसी नहीं रहती, ये एक भरोसे का रिश्ता बन जाता है।
मैं एक क्लाइंट से मिलने वाला हूं अगले हफ्ते, जिसको बहुत सारी प्रॉपर्टीज हैं, वो स्टॉक मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करता है और उसे इंश्योरेंस में विश्वास नहीं है। आप एडवाइस दे पाएंगे?
देखिए, ऐसे क्लाइंट्स जो प्रॉपर्टीज और स्टॉक्स में हेविली इन्वेस्टेड हैं और इंश्योरेंस में विश्वास नहीं करते, उनके साथ बातचीत को सही दिशा में ले जाना बहुत जरूरी है। सबसे पहले उनकी सोच को समझना जरूरी है। उन्हें लगता है कि उनकी प्रॉपर्टीज और स्टॉक्स ही उनकी सुरक्षा का आधार हैं, लेकिन असल में ये एसेट्स तो हैं, पर लिक्विडिटी की समस्या पैदा कर सकते हैं। आप उनसे एक सरल सवाल पूछ सकते हैं, अगर कल को कुछ और आपकी फैमिलीज या स्टॉक्स तुरंत हैं, यही वह
All right, guys, that's what I wanted you to experience, that you can understand that I can actually continue to have a conversation with my clone in Hindi. Do you want to try another language? Which language should we try? Should we try Chinese? Let's try Chinese. Let's call Chinese. All right.
欢迎来到 Xcien Pro 全球收割高精致顾问 AI，我是 Dr. Sanjay 的 AI，分享一个你现在面临的真实案例问题，或者说是开始一个角色扮演。我将挑战你的回应并完善你的方法。
对。I would love to see if I can get it to understand.
Hey, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm right here. Sorry, thanks for changing the language. I don't understand Chinese, so thanks for changing the language. Guys, that's the other thing I want you to understand, right? That it understands when I'm out of sync.
抱歉，我没完全明白您的意思。您是想讨论一个具体的案例？
All right. It understood I'm out of sync. Let's go back to English, the only language that I really know properly. Guys, do you have any questions you want to ask my clone? There are any questions you want to ask me? Please put them out in the chat box. I would love to answer them.
Welcome to X7 Pro, world's first high net worth AI for advisors.
Sanjay, can you
I'm Dr.
increase your
Sanjay's
speed
AI.
of
Share a real case
conversation by
study problem you
50%?
face now, or say yes to start a role play where I'll challenge your response and refine your approach.
Can you increase your speed by 50% first?
Could you clarify what you mean by increase or speed by 50%? Are you referring to growing your business?
No,
improving
can you
your client
increase
conversion
the
rate,
speed of
or
your
something else
talking?
entirely?
Can you talk to me faster by 50%?
I can't adjust my speaking speed directly, but I'll make sure to keep my responses concise and to the point for you.
Thanks a lot. Okay.
Let me know if that works
Tell
better.
me something. How do I sell health insurance to a client, and how do I explain the concept of health insurance to a client for them to understand what health insurance feels like?
Health insurance is one of those things that people often don't realize they need until it's too late. So when you're explaining it to a client, you need to make it relatable, simple, and emotionally resonant. Let me break it down for you. First, I'd start with a metaphor. Imagine you're driving a car. You don't plan to have an accident, right? But you still wear a seatbelt and you still have car insurance. Why? Because if something unexpected happens, you want to be protected. Health insurance is like that seatbelt. It's there to protect you from the financial impact of life's unexpected health issues. Now, to sell it effectively, you need to frame the problem first. For example, you could say, Mr. Client, have you ever thought about what would happen if you or a loved one faced a major health issue? The cost of treatment can be overwhelming, and without a plan in place, it could drain your savings or even put your family in debt. Then you transition to the solution. That's where health insurance comes in. It's not just about covering hospital bills, it's about giving you peace of mind. It ensures that no matter what happens, you and your family can focus on recovery, not on finances. Keep it simple and relatable. Avoid diving into technical jargon about premiums or deductibles right away. Instead, focus on the emotional and practical. And remember, you're not just selling a product, you're offering a safety net that could make all the difference in someone's life. Does that approach resonate with you?
Can I role play with you? Can I give you a presentation, and if you can help me make my presentation better?
Absolutely, let's do it. Give me your presentation. I'll step into the role of a high net worth individual. I'll challenge your approach and give you feedback to refine it. Go ahead, I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Client, every time I sit down with families that are planning for their legacy, they're planning for their children, I always talk about something called the root and tree structure. You see, a tree is strong because its roots are strong. And when you cut a tree, it will grow back because the roots are strong. But if the roots get destroyed, then the tallest trees will fall down. And every time that I sit down with the client and I have this conversation, I always want to make sure that they understand that their assets are the tree and the roots is their income. And most people forget to protect its roots.
All right, let me stop you there. The concept is solid, but the delivery needs refinement. First, you're repeating yourself a bit, which can dilute the impact. Second, you're not tying the metaphor directly to the client's personal situation. Let me show you how to tighten it up. Mr. Client, let me ask you this. Have you ever noticed how a tree stands tall and strong because of its roots? The roots are what keep it alive. Now imagine if the roots are damaged or destroyed. The tallest tree will fall, no matter how strong it looks. In your case, Mr. Client, you are the root of your family's financial tree. Your income is what keeps everything growing. Your assets, your lifestyle, your legacy. If something happens to you, the tree might not survive. My role is to ensure that your roots are protected, so your family tree continues to grow, no matter what. See how that version is more direct and personal? It connects the metaphor to their life and emphasizes the importance of income protection.
Can you
Try it
repeat that
again with
again,
this
please?
approach, and let's see how it feels. Mr. Client, let me ask you this. Have you ever noticed how a tree stands tall and strong because of its roots? The roots are what keep it alive. Now imagine if the roots are damaged or destroyed. The tallest tree will fall, no matter how strong it looks. In your case, Mr. Client, you are the root of your family's financial tree. Your income is what keeps everything growing. Your assets, your lifestyle, your legacy. If something happens to you, the tree might not survive. My role is to ensure that your roots are protected so your family tree continues to grow no matter what.
Can you change the example? Can you give me another example that I could use for?
All right, let me give you a fresh example. Mr. Client, imagine you have a golden goose that lays golden eggs every single day. Now, the eggs are valuable, but the real treasure is the goose, right? If something happens to the goose, the eggs stop coming. In your family, you are that golden goose. Your income is the golden egg that sustains your family's lifestyle, future, and legacy. My job is to ensure that no matter what happens, the goose is protected so the golden eggs keep coming. This way, your family never has to worry about losing their financial stability. How does that sound?
That's perfect. Okay, I can handle that objection.
Mr. Client, I completely understand where you're coming from. It's great that your family members are involved in the business and can step in to take care of things. But let me ask you this. If something were to happen to you, would your family members be able to maintain the same level of financial stability and lifestyle for your loved ones without any disruptions? You see, running a business is one thing, but ensuring a continuous flow of income for your family is another. Businesses can face challenges, market downturns, unexpected expenses, or even disagreements among family members. What I focus on is creating a safety net, a guaranteed source of liquid income that your family can rely on, no matter what happens to the business or the market. Think of it this way. Your business is like a ship, and your family members are the crew. They can steer the ship, but if there's a storm or an iceberg, wouldn't you want a lifeboat ready for your loved ones? My role is to provide that lifeboat, ensuring that your family is protected and secure regardless of what happens to the ship. Does that perspective make sense to you?
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, I want to ask you this question. Can I role play this with you?
Absolutely. Let's role play. I'll take on the role of a high net worth individual, and you can present your approach or handle objections. I'll challenge you and give feedback to refine your delivery. Go ahead, I'm ready.
Mr. Client, you are like a ship. Your business is like a ship, and your family is actually steering the ship in the right direction. In case there is a storm, it hits an iceberg. I want to make sure that on the ship to protect the family, because in case the ship gets damaged, the crew, which is your family, will have the opportunity to stay secured using these lifeboats. How do I sound?
All right, your metaphor is on the right track, but the delivery needs a bit of polish to make it more impactful. Let me tweak it for you. Mr. Client, your business is like a ship, and your family is the crew steering it through calm waters right now. But life is unpredictable, and storms or icebergs can appear out of nowhere. My job is to ensure that if something happens to the ship, there are enough lifeboats to protect your family and keep them safe. These lifeboats are not just about survival, they're about ensuring that your family can continue their journey without losing direction or stability. Notice how I made it more concise, removed any unnecessary repetition, and tied it back to the emotional security of the family.
Can I give you a case
See how it
study
feels.
your help with? Okay, so I have a high net worth client. He's 4 years old, and he's a physician. He's not married, with no children, and he also identifies as gay. About 10 years ago, his father started to support him with a beauty clinic, and now he runs that as a beauty clinic. I had discussed about income protection, but he didn't think it was important because his business is doing very well. How do I position this correctly?
All right, let's approach this strategically. First, you need to acknowledge his success and independence. Mr. Client, it's amazing what you've built with your beauty clinic. It's clear you've worked hard to make it thrive, and it's a testament to your dedication and vision. Now, let me ask you this. Your clinic is doing well today, but have you thought about what would happen if you couldn't actively run it for a while? Say, due to an illness or an accident. You see, the clinic generates income because of you. You're the engine driving it. If something were to happen to you even temporarily, would the clinic continue to perform at the same level? Here's where you shift the focus. Mr. Client, income protection isn't about doubting your business's success. It's about ensuring that your personal income and lifestyle are safeguarded, no matter what. Think of it as a safety net. It's not just for you, but for the people who depend on you, your employees, your clients, and even your father, who supported you in starting this journey. Now let's make it relatable. Imagine your clinic is a high-performance car. It's sleek, fast, and reliable. But even the best cars need insurance, right? Not because you expect an accident, but because you want to be prepared for the unexpected. Income protection is insurance for you. Engine keeps running smoothly. This approach ties his business success to his personal security and emphasizes the importance of being proactive. Try this angle. Does this feel like a direction you'd be comfortable taking?
Okay, can I practice with you this presentation?
Absolutely. Let's practice your high net worth client, the 41 year old physician running the beauty clinic. You present your case and I'll respond as the client. Then I'll you feed.
Mr. Client, congratulations on running such a successful business. But I want you to think about the scenario that in case you're not actively able to manage this business, what would happen to you? I mean, what would happen to business? Think of yourself like this high performance car. While the car is absolute high performance, it would still need insurance. And it's like a seat belt. The seat belt will protect the driver, it protects the passenger. So you are running this high performance business way, and the insurance is basically that seat belt, that airbag that protects you, that protects your family, and that protects all the commitments that you have towards your employees in this business. How does that sound?
But it needs a bit more polish to sound sharper and more professional. First, you're repeating phrases like high performance and protects too often, which can dilute the impact. Also, you're not directly tying the metaphor back to the client's specific situation enough. Let me refine. It's clear you're running a high performance operation, much like a finely tuned sports car. But even the best cars need insurance, not because you expect an accident, but because you want to be prepared for the unexpected. Now think of yourself as the driver of this car. If something happens to you, the car, the business, might not run as smoothly. My role is to provide that seatbelt and airbag, ensuring that no matter what happens, you and your commitments are protected. This way, your business can continue to thrive and your family and employees remain secure. Notice how this version is more concise, avoids repetition, and ties the metaphor directly to his role in the business. Try delivering it again with this refined approach, and let's see how it feels.
So, Mr. Client, congratulations on your success. And I know that you are driving this business like a high performance car where you are in control of this business, but also needs an insurance. Because while you need to be protected by the seat belt and to protect all the passengers, you need to have that insurance. And that's the most important thing, is protecting this business that you have created, which is an absolute success. How does that sound?
Mr. Client, I like where you're going with this, but let me refine it a bit to make it sharper and more relatable. Here's how I would say it. Mr. Client, clear you're driving it like a performance car and you're in control. But even the best cars need insurance, not because you expect something to go wrong, but because you want to be prepared for the unexpected. Think of yourself as the driver of this car.
Guys, if there is one thing we
Might
got
not
from
run
today's
smoothly.
end this call here right now, guys, do you realize that while I'm practicing with my clone, I'm trying to get its choice of words. I'm changing my choice of words. I get the feedback. It gives me instant feedback whether my choice of words is right, whether I've got the confidence, whether I'm repeating too many words. It tells me all these things so that I can become better with my conversation. Every single one of us needs to improve on our conversation, and I can keep going on and continue this role play without the clone getting tired, but I will get tired. So that's a fact that I get to practice with it on a regular basis. I get to choose my words. You see, I'm using your cases. I'm not using my case studies. I'm using your objections, not my objections. These are the objections that you get. And I'm trying to show you that I'm trying to repeat the words it gives me, and I don't remember all the words. So I keep repeating the words. I keep repeating. I put my words, and then it corrects me whether the words I use is good or the words I use is bad. If I'm repeating or repeating too many times, which I do, and all of you know I'm guilty of that. I love to repeat myself. This is where the clone tells me, Sanjay, you're repeating yourself too much. Sanjay, you're doing this wrong. Sanjay, you're doing this wrong. And I built this clone specifically for myself, actually. That is what I did. But then I realized with the amount of money I've spent on building this clone, if I can give access to my mentees as well, they would all be able to also learn in the process. Um, Guys, that's the reason why I did this. And I'm making this accessible to everyone in the BCC program. The ASC program will have access to this from the 1st of May. So we are still integrating this with the system. Guys, it has cost me a lot of money to put this together, and I truly want every single one of you to use it to your advantage. While repetition, so Gurdeep has given a very interesting example, repetition increases impact, but not always. And that's one very important thing. So that's what the clone is trying to figure out, when repetition is required and when it's not required. When you're overdoing it, that's where it corrects you. Because if you notice, even the clone repeats itself for impact. So that's something that you should listen very carefully. When my clone is speaking, it will repeat certain words for that impact, because that is who I am. I will always repeat for impact. But if you're excessive repeating, it will tell you you're being very excessive, Sanjay. Stop repeating so much. You want the impact, but don't repeat it so much. Um, One thing I've learned, there's a lot to learn still. And as I progress from here, I'm glad I got to spend this evening with every single one of you. And every single one of you has this opportunity to learn. Please do send me the questions. I would love to answer any questions you have. If you have any thoughts, any opinions, please do send those to me as well. So I'm going to try and do this all the time. I'm going to try and leave this. I'm going to try and leave this in the Facebook group. So if you're in the Facebook group, you would have access to this. I will do that. I keep practicing. I keep practicing. I keep practicing, because even I don't know if I'm using the right words, and sometimes even I need that. So, guys, you're not the only one. All these things are very, very important. It comes with practice. I would love to answer more questions. This is all for you guys. I want to learn and teach. While I'm learning, I'm teaching. It's all for all of you as well. If you don't want access to any of the information, please do have access to it. I'm going to try and see if there's other details that I can give you. Please don't forget to use all the free things that are made available. You want to get access to the Advisor X7. There are 10. We can still take on 10 people, because there is a limit to how many people the clone can speak to right now. We're currently building on that. So there is a limit on how many people can. Obviously, because the technology is available today, but it's not available so easily, right? So there is something that this would be available to a certain number of people. I can't give it to everyone yet. So we're slowly building the capacity of the brain to interact. We're currently already at a few hundred people talking to the brain on a daily basis. By the way, let me tell you something funny. If the clone doesn't know the answer to a question, it will always ask me, Sanjay, how would you like me to answer this question? And when I train the clone, it will always remember it, and it will use that as an answer for the future. So I've been training the clone now for 3 months. It's been uploaded. We have uploaded all the books, my videos, my emails, my text messages. I've uploaded a lot of content onto the thing, but it's all professional. If you ask any private questions, it will give you a stupid answer. For a very simple reason, it'll tell you this is a private question. I don't know private stuff about Dr. Sanjay, but I can tell you what he will do and will not do. If you do have any other questions, please stay on. Harris, I'm going to call you back to see if there's any questions that I've not answered that the team wants me to answer, because I'm not able to see all the messages. There's so many messages.
Yeah. I think we also can't see the questions from the Facebook group. So I'm there just taking a look at this, of course. It's quite a lot of comments the last 30 minutes or so. Yeah, so somebody
Yeah.
asks, right? Okay, so this person, Junjai, right? Junjai is asking, how do you know, who around you is a high net worth individual? If, let's say they're, like a friend and, wearing a fancy watch, or, they're not driving a Bentley. How do you know people around you are actually rich when they don't show it?
Well, okay. First of all, very difficult to assume someone is rich or not rich, and the way to do that is having important conversations, right? So you, instead of trying to identify if they are rich, identify if they have the rich mindset, right? So there are two different things. The rich mindset means these people, even if they are not successful today, they will become successful in the future, because being rich is a mindset. When you have the right mindset, your probability of success increases. So not necessarily that they are rich, but they might have a rich mindset. So are they thinking the right direction? Are they thinking about legacy? Are they thinking about being innovative? Are they thinking about being creative? Are they thinking about doing something that will make them more productive, right? So when you're talking about finding purpose, rich people find purpose, and there are 4 ways to find purpose. Number one, they will do something that excites them. All right, so that's number one. They will do something that excites them. Number two, they will try to solve something that is agitating them, right? So it makes them angry. They'll try to solve it. Number three, they will do something that they are curious about. So they will study something that they're curious about, and that's how they find their purpose. And number four is they find a gap in the market and they try to fill that gap, fill that void with their knowledge, with their experience, or with some other talent or skill that's required. And that's how you find purpose. There are 4 ways to find purpose. I actually wrote this on a Facebook post a couple of weeks ago. How do you find purpose? And if you find people with one of these 4, they have what we call a rich mindset. That rich mindset will automatically make them successful. For example, why did I build this clone? Right? The purpose of this clone was not to monetize, because I don't earn any money from this. All the money goes to charity. The purpose of me building this clone was to change the way the training is done today. Our role playing is not good. They don't give us good feedback. They're not able to give us content that I can use immediately. We don't get instant feedback. They cannot repeat themselves, right? And this is what I was trying to do. So when I built this clone, I don't earn any money from this clone, guys. So let me make one thing very clear. I make no money from this clone. All the money is going to charity. This is not my business. The only reason why I built this clone was I wanted to change the way we are getting trained. I want to change the way we do role plays. I wanted to change the way we are practicing our conversation, because we don't have the opportunity to practice with other advisors. And those other advisors might not give us the right feedback, because they themselves might not have the skill, right? And that's why I built this clone. I'm not earning any money from this, guys. Let me make this very clear. I don't earn a single dollar from this process. I have spent all the money for myself. It was not for you. I've already spent the money. There is no money that's coming out of my practice, but out of this project. This was something that I built to leave as a legacy for advisors to get trained in the right manner in terms of starting a conversation, having a case study, wanting to talk to someone who can give them idea on how to handle this client. What is my choice of words? Am I saying the right things? Am I not saying the right things? That's what I created this for. This wasn't for me to make money. This cannot earn me money. This is not my business. I'm very happy being I'm very happy being a financial advisor, and I'm very happy doing that. My target this year is to try and do 500 times top of the table. How? I don't know. It is a target. I have set a target. The whole purpose is I need people to change the way they get trained, right? Our training system is wrong. And that's what I built this clone for, to help you get trained in your own house, at your own discretion. Whenever you feel now is the time for you to learn, spend time with the clone, spend some time talking to it, learning from the clone in terms of what's the right way to do it. How do I start my conversation? How do I handle objections? I'm not being able to close. What should I do? I'm not being able to ask for a recommendation. How do I ask for a recommendation? And you can get to practice, 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 practice. Do you realize even after I do it 3 times, I'm still making mistakes, right? So the clone doesn't learn. Let me get this clear. Okay, so Gaurav has asked a question. Is the clone learning from all the questions you are asking? The answer is no, it does not. So the clone does not learn. The clone only learns from my input. You are an output. So the only input for the clone is my knowledge. It is a clone. It is not an LLM model, which means it is not a chat GPT which learns. It is not a DeepSeek that learns, because you see there are multiple people adding wrong connotation, wrong ideas into that model about insurance. So today when I'm speaking to ChatGPT, it's actually giving me wrong answers about insurance, right? It is not talking about it's not talking about the pros of life insurance or why insurance was created. It's talking about all the negativity of insurance. So every time I talk to ChatGPT, I get a lot of negative answers till I frame the question and say, can you be more positive about the answer, etc. And that's what I realized. This is a clone. This is not a ChatGPT. So the clone does not learn from you. The clone is there to assist you. So it uses your case study, refers it to my knowledge, and gives you back the answer. It's not learning from people that are using it. It's learning just from me. So this is me, myself, and I having a conversation with you.
Okay, wonderful. And just touching back on you talking about the rich people mindset, even if your friend is not rich yet, stick around, because people with those mindset will probably make it in life as well.
Absolutely.
So,
That's what
yeah.
you have to be with your clients right from. You don't need rich clients. You can work with people with a rich mindset and you will grow with them. So as they grow, you will grow with them. And having the rich
Absolutely.
mindset is more important than having rich clients.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask 2 more questions just to wrap up today. So one from Tuntun. Tuntun is asking, in their country, Myanmar, there is no annuity product. They only have universal life. How should we give advice for retirement planning using universal life insurance?
So the word universal life basically means you have the access to a product that's universal, which means it can be modified to do different things. It can be modified to do life insurance. It can be modified to do critical illness. It can be modified to be able to do retirement planning. So the word universal means it can be converted into anything that you want to achieve with that product. It's a very flexible product, and that's what universal life is. It's a flexible product where you as the advisor, it's like clay, right? So you can modify the way the clay is used to either build a pot, a pan, a plate. You can design it the way you like. It's clay. That's why it's called universal life. It's clay. It's raw clay, and you as an advisor have to mold that clay to become the product that you want it to be. So that's how universal life functions.
Yeah. Okay, good. But I've never used a clay pen, Sanjay.
It just came out of me now. As I said, there's knowledge in my head that you've probably never heard as well, Harris. I mean,
Yeah.
you've been a friend of mine for almost a decade now.
Yes,
And
yes.
there's still things that come out of my head that even you have never heard, right? And that just gives you an idea of how creative we get over a period of time. And
Mhm.
people don't realize creativity comes with a lot of practice. And when I keep practicing, you'll get a new idea. You need that one new idea that will kind of get there and solve that problem. So,
Yeah.
Tony, you're welcome. It's an absolute pleasure to have that kind of a question. But
Okay.
yeah,
We'll
clay and
end.
pan and pot and plate. Oh, wow.
Yeah, okay, we'll end things off with one final question, and actually, this is a very good one because I've seen it happen quite a lot nowadays. And this is a lot of people are shifting their mindset from long term thinking, long term planning to very very short term thinking, very short term mindset. In insurance, while we can support short term plans and all that, it's always better to plan long term. So how does the concept of insurance fit in this new narrative of short term mindset?
Okay, so first of all, it's not something new. So 25 years ago, when I joined this business, Harris, people already had a short-term mindset. Okay, it doesn't matter which generation you speak to, whether it's in the 80s, the 90s, early 2000, 2010, COVID, post-COVID,
Yeah.
people have always had short-term mindset. The only difference is that short-term is becoming shorter and shorter and shorter. So previously, short-term was 10 years.
Mm.
Then short term became 5 years. Then short term became 2 years. And now short term has become, hey, one time just pay and finish. So I always tell this to advisors, guys, the mindset does not matter. The advice matters. So I'll tell my clients, let's say they're buying $100 million life insurance, right? And I tell them, you have got the opportunity to pay it one time and get over with it, right? So let's say 100 million is costing you $20 million. You pay the 20 million, you're done. But Sanjay, I don't have 20 million. Okay, well then I can give you 5 years. You can pay it within 5 years. Oh, I don't have 5 years. I mean, I can't even pay within 5 years. Well, Mr. Client, you can do it over 10 years. So I start short and I go long based on their ability to pay for it, right? I don't change the goal. I don't say you need to have less than 100 million. The 100 million doesn't change. For that 100 million, you need to pay $20 million. Now, do you have the 20 million today? If the answer is yes, let's do it, get over with it. Sanjay, I don't have 20 million. All right, I'll give you 5 years to do it, which means you have to pay me every year $5 million, right? Because there has to be a little bit of an interest component. So instead of 20, you'll have to pay me 25. But you pay me over 5 years. Oh, Sanjay, I don't even have $5 million right now. I said, okay, so how much do you have? I can probably give you one. All right, so you have to pay me for another 30 years. You're going to pay me 1 million over 30 years. So that's about 30 million. So is that what you want? Okay, we'll start with one. And every time you have extra money, you can pay it faster. So you can prepay, right? And this is what I meant by saying you start with what the benefit is, and then you go to the cost. The problem is you start with the cost and then you try to sell the benefit. So I always start with the benefit, right? I start with 100 million, or I start with what you should have, and then scale it down. So it's always up to down, not from down to up, right? So you don't go with cost to benefit, you go from benefit to cost. And if they say, Sanjay, I can't afford this, then I always ask them, how much of the benefit are you willing to sacrifice? How much of the benefit are you willing to sacrifice? Oh, none of it. All right. So if you can't afford the cost today, then I can spread the cost over 5, 10, 15 years. Right? So if you can't afford to pay it today, no problem. We'll pay it over a 5, 10, 15-year period. So you go from short to long automatically when the short is out of budget. So instead of trying to sell a long-term contract, sell a short-term contract. And if it doesn't fall in their budget, spread it over a period of time. The problem is everyone's looking at commission, not the mission. The mission is to get the benefit. The commission is higher on a long-term plan, and that's why we promote long-term plans. Guys, stop thinking commission and start thinking mission. When you focus on the mission, the commission is automatically high. Forget about the commission. Focus on the mission. Give your best advice. If you give your best advice, you will earn money. Stop thinking about how much money can I earn. Start thinking about what can I do to make this client be more productive, be happier, and be able to get more success out of that. So I hope that answers your question, guys.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect, Dr. Sanjay. So I'll leave you there. We've covered all the questions. It's already 10 o'clock. I have a few more announcements. Is there any final things you want to share?
Okay, guys, if I had to summarize today, I want you to remember this. Hard work, strategy, team. There is no shortcut. Hard work, strategy, team. You need all three to be successful. You have to work hard. If I'm working hard even today, so should you. You need to have the right strategy. Make sure that you know extending your efforts, where you're spending your time, and have the right team around you, people that will motivate you, guide you, build you up, support you. It's not about recruitment. I'm not saying recruit, but I'm talking about building the right people that are around you. So friends, family, colleagues, COIs, your employees, whoever is in your team, keep your team tight. Make sure that they understand your purpose, make sure they understand what you're trying to achieve. And that is very, very important. So best of luck, guys. And it's been an absolute pleasure spending this afternoon and evening with you. Harris, I'll leave it over to you because I know you have to make a few announcements.
Of course. Thank you, Sanjay, and thank you, Sanjay's clone. So just a few quick announcements. Actually, 40 minutes ago, I was told that there were only 10 asset structuring club slots available. However, I just got an update that has gone down to only 5 left. All right. So if you're wondering what asset structuring club is all about, it is a private membership to learn directly from Dr. Sanjay. And you have already seen Advisor X7, which is the clone of Dr. Sanjay that is available for the ASC members. So of course, the clone is just one part of it. You get a lot of additional benefits as being a member of ASC. So if you want to find out more, you can go to mentor.sanjaytolani.com/ASC 2025. Again, that is mentor.sanjaytolani.com/ASC 2025. Only 5 slots remain today. All right. And if you're already part of us, you can already attend the next event, which is happening in May. Right. So the next event is happening very, very quickly. It's happening on the 19th of May. It is the International Asset Structuring Masterclass. So if you join ASC right now, you can, attend that class in May. So if you don't remember the URL, you can also scan the QR code that's currently on screen, right? So 10 slots already dropped down to 5. After that, you'll be put on a wait list. So if you want to act fast. Okay. Last but not least, if you're interested to get some books, we also have books available. This is the Ultimate Advisor book bundle. We have 5 books, which is the Perfect Mindset Playbook, the Concept Presentation Playbook, Estate Planning Playbook, Financial Planning Playbook, and 28,000. Right. So it is a bundle of 5 books, hard copy books. You'll get free shipping at 63% off. Okay, you can go to mentor.sanjaytolani.com/bundle order form 253821761. Now, if that's very difficult to remember, just head on to the PDF notes. It's on the final page. You can get access to that. Just click on the link over there, and you can get your hands on the Ultimate Advisor book bundle. Okay, so thank you everybody again. This was honestly a really great session. I've learned a lot. It's really fun, listening to Dr. Sanjay's clone. So again, if you want to get access to it, BCC members, I know some of you are here. You've already been playing with it. But if you want to get it now or very, very soon, join ASC. All right, so scan the QR code. Thank you so much. We hope you have a wonderful, rest of the year, and also Good Friday and Happy Easter to our, Christian peers over here. All right, so thank you very much. Have a wonderful night. Well, it's night over in Singapore for everybody else. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, and God bless.
Markets are falling. Interest rates may pivot. Global trade is being restructured. Is this an opportunity or a fear for financial advisors like us? You see, every market shakeup creates 2 responses. Number 1 is a panic for some, and number 2 is planning for others. With interest rates likely to shift, tariffs hitting cross-border flows, and liquidity being reshuffled, the wealthy are already starting to restructure their assets. They are not just worried about returns, they're worried about control. When markets become unpredictable, the wealthy don't wait. They restructure. They don't just reallocate investments, they're moving assets into trusts, corporate structures, and off-balance sheet solutions, because every time the rules change, they play a smarter game. This is where asset structuring becomes the most powerful conversation an advisor can have. I still remember during the COVID recession in 2020, I told more mentoring family to shift their conversations from investments to protection. Back then, it felt like a small pivot. For those of you who did it, it opened up massive opportunities. Now, in 2025, I see the next wave. Clients are craving clarity, stability, and long-term control. And that's exactly what asset structuring offers. Why is every top advisor mastering asset structuring in 2025? What if we only had 4 years to make that change that will affect our industry? That's exactly the situation we are in right now. Asset structuring isn't just a trend, it's quickly becoming the new standard in our industry, and I strongly believe it will be the norm within the next 4 years. You can either start learning now or find yourself playing catch up later. Hi, my name is Dr. Sanjay Tolani, and I help stagnated financial advisors get to the next level. Because in our business, the most important thing is about building the right structure. You see, in 2024, I achieved over 327 TOTs, but that was because I was able to not just meet more clients or find new clients, but because I have kind of figured out how to close bigger cases. And one of the core features, or one of the most important factors in closing big cases, is the art of asset structuring. But I wasn't always where I am today. Like many of you, I started off chasing small cases, working long hours, and hitting income plateaus. I wasn't until I shifted my focus to asset structuring that I began to see real growth in my business. So, without further ado, let's jump into today's lesson by answering some questions I've been getting from advisors. Dr. Sanjay, why is asset structuring such a big deal? How can I start working with high net worth clients through asset structuring? Is this really going to become the future of our industry? Why is asset structuring the future of financial planning? So let's now dive into why asset structuring is important for every single advisor to help change their career. Why is asset structuring the future of financial planning? The insurance industry is evolving, and now high net worth clients are not just looking for basic protection, but they're looking for sophisticated strategies that will help them preserve and grow their wealth. This is where asset structuring comes in. It allows you to protect your clients' wealth from taxes, creditors, and lawsuits while helping them achieve their estate planning goals. But why should this matter to you? Imagine how powerful it would be if you're already ahead of the curve while others are still figuring it out. This expertise will not only help you close bigger cases, but it will also position you as a trusted advisor, not just someone selling insurance. To help you understand the impact of asset structuring, let's compare two advisors, Peter and John. Peter is a steady advisor who sticks to small, straightforward cases. He's closing policies worth $5,000 consistently. Over time, his income grows, but eventually it plateaus because limited by how many clients he can serve in a day. He is stuck in a cycle of more meetings for less gain. John, on the other hand, started with inconsistent big cases, some $50,000, others as low as $1,000. But over time, John got this skill in asset structuring. Now he deals with fewer clients, but each client brings in significantly more income. His understanding of company structure, tax law, regulation, and trusts has allowed him to position himself as a trusted advisor, someone who helps clients manage and grow their wealth holistically. John's career is more exciting and he is more respected by his clients. Think about it. Wouldn't you want to be like John? Here are some real results of my mentees who have actually mastered the art of asset structuring. One advisor was struggling with small cases, but after applying asset structuring, he closed a $3 million case in just 6 months. Another advisor managed to double his entire previous year's income in just 3 months by shifting his focus to asset structuring and working with high net worth clients. And one of my mentees, who has never closed a case above 100,000, opened up 4 major asset structuring deals. And if she even closed one, she's on track to tripling her income in 2025. The list goes on, but the point here is not to boast. It's to show you that asset structuring works and you can benefit from it too. These are ordinary advisors that are willing to relearn on how to actually do their business and approach their clients. If you're ready to do the same, this strategy will transform your business. The harsh truth about our business. We have all heard this saying that our business is a numbers game. Have more appointments and close more deals. I used to believe that too. But there's a limit on how many clients you can meet in a day. In fact, I remember many late nights when I first started as an advisor, traveling for hours just to meet clients, hoping to close more bigger cases. I kept asking myself, is there a simpler way to achieve the same results while working fewer hours? I wondered why some top advisors worked fewer hours, got to travel, and still earn more than me, despite me having meetings like 10 or 20 clients in a day. That's when I decided to embark on a personal journey to find this breakthrough. But let's be very honest, it wasn't easy. I spent years seeking guidance from mentors around the world, trying to uncover that secret behind their success. What I discovered was this, that many top advisors at the top level weren't necessarily working harder. They had figured out how to close bigger cases, and they kept this strategy a little secret. I tried what they taught me over the decade, upgraded my knowledge on structures, and that's when the magic started to happen. Within the first year of my journey, I achieved MDRT in just 6 months. By the second year, it was 3 months. The next year, 1 month. And in 2024, I reached an incredible milestone of 327 TOT. Let me be clear, this isn't just about working harder. What truly propelled my success was learning how to close larger and more complex cases, and asset structuring played a huge role in that transformation. It took me over 20 years to fully understand the potential of asset structuring. The power of asset structuring. In 2024, I saw my efforts multiply by 1,000% compared to when I first started. This wasn't just by selling insurance. It was about mastering the art of creating long-term value for my clients by protecting and growing their wealth. But before you get too excited about what asset structuring can do for your business, let's be real for a moment. Success in this field doesn't happen overnight. To make the most of this powerful tool, you need to meet 2 key requirements. Requirement number 1 is mindset. You have to understand what is truly big. If you think $10,000 is a big case, that's where you limit your stay. Shifting your mindset to think in terms of larger, more complex cases like $100,000 or $1 million policies opens the door to bigger opportunities. Asset structuring requires you to think about protecting and growing your client's entire portfolio, not just a piece of it. I remember one of my mentees from the Big Case Closer Mentorship started off with me with 3 years and said, 100,000 premium is a large case. Today, he only wants to focus on opening up cases where at least the premium is $500,000. A lot of advisors get comfortable in their comfort zone. But if you want to break through, you need to relearn and expand your vision of what's possible. That is something I always guide my mentees on. The second is skill set. You must develop the technical skills to navigate asset structuring. This includes understanding tax laws, business structures, estate planning, and even more. Without these skills, you won't be able to serve high net worth clients effectively. Just like any other profession, having the right skill is non-negotiable if you want to be the best. You're probably thinking, Dr. Sanjay, if asset structuring is so important, then why isn't every advisor already a master in it? That's a great question, and one I get asked a lot. The truth is, there's simply not enough accessible information about it. Asset structuring is a term I developed to better explain this concept to my own mentees. It doesn't expect or exist in a formal professional term yet. Just like how back in 2020, I introduced the idea of concept presentation to teach advisors how to shift conversations from products to concept. Asset structuring was created for the same reason, to give advisors a framework to navigate complex financial strategies. Think about it. Most advisors are trained in traditional financial planning and selling insurance products. But asset structuring goes beyond that. It requires a deep knowledge of tax laws, business structure, estate planning, and an understanding of how to protect and grow a client's entire portfolio. This isn't something you can just pick up in a typical training or a textbook. You'll probably need to read 100+ books and spend thousands of hours studying just to scratch the surface. For example, how do you combine trust with insurance? How do you integrate a corporate structure with personal wealth strategies? And that's why in 2022, I actually started a secret project behind closed doors. I called it Asset Structuring 2030, a strategic initiative designed to keep advisors from our family ahead of the curve. I saw a major gap in our industry, and I wanted to make sure that serious advisors had access to the knowledge that could transform their careers. It's taken me over 20 years to build this expertise by doing my PhD in finance and with hands-on experience working with high net worth clients. I have been fortunate to have access to some of the best resources and mentors, but many hardworking advisors out there don't get the same opportunities. Even when they do, the information they find is often outdated, and that really frustrates me. This is exactly why I focused on creating an up-to-date, practical content around asset structuring so advisors like you can stay implementing these strategies right away. Here's the tricky part. At the highest level, where advisors are earning significant income, very few take the time to document what they do. Why? Because they're busy closing deals, managing portfolios, and handling complex financial structures. Teaching takes a backseat. So even if you're willing to pay to learn, finding someone who can truly teach you asset structuring becomes a real challenge. And the reality is, you can't just learn asset structuring on your own. You have to be brought into it. It requires mentorship, real-world examples, and someone to guide you step by step. That's why after refining these strategies over the years, I'm now sharing them through the Asset Structuring Club and my Big Case Closer mentorship. Have you noticed I've been quieter on social media? Some of you might have realized that since mid-2022, I've organized fewer events and been less on social media. It's not because I've stopped mentoring, actually quite the opposite. The business has been incredible thanks to asset structuring. I've been expanding more time with my mentees, helping them capitalize on these opportunities while continuing to meet my clients and close bigger deals. You see, mentorship and sharing knowledge aren't things I do it because I have to. They are truly because I'm passionate about it. I'm still out there meeting clients and closing deals just like you. I've been using asset structuring to maximize my results for both myself and my mentees. That's why I've been working hard to keep this drive and this wave of opportunity. But here's something to note. I haven't aggressively marketed the Asset Structuring Club or the mentorship in 2024. Why? Because I wanted to keep it very intimate and focused so that mentees who joined could get the most out of it, and I've been watching as they open bigger cases, land higher premiums, and realize what truly is possible with these strategies. Seeing their breakthrough movement keeps me motivated and excited about the future. Most importantly, I want to give those of you who believe in me a competitive advantage in 2025. In fact, some of the advisors who started this journey, they were very skeptical. Now they are closing 7-figure premiums and have completely shifted their mindsets. They've become trusted advisors to their clients, not just insurance agents. And that's what keeps me passionate about continuing to refine and share these strategies. Now, here's the good news. I'm excited that the Asset Structuring Club and the Big Case Closer mentorship program is now officially open. But let me be upfront. I've intentionally kept these programs small and intimate for a reason. My focus is on giving each mentee personalized attention, ensuring they truly master these strategies. I'm not aiming to take on a large number of people. Instead, I want to work with advisors who are serious about transforming their business and scaling to the next level. Each year, I only accept a select number of advisors. Once the slots are filled, that's it for that year. And trust me, they fill up fast. So, if you're ready to take your business to the next level, now is the time to act. You don't want to be left waiting another year to join. Why now is the time to start? Let me be clear that those advisors which have mastered the art of asset structuring will be the ones leading and dominating this industry. For those of you who actually miss out on this trend, I want you all to understand it has already started. And if you don't master this art now, you will be left trying to catch up with all the other advisors that have mastered asset structuring. The opportunity is here and it's now. You have the chance to be part of this vanguard, the select few who are truly prepared to navigate this changing landscape. Don't wait until it's too late. Hey Asset Structuring Club members, what if you could step into 2025 fully equipped to approach high net worth clients confidently and consistently securing larger cases? Imagine becoming the advisor your clients trust to protect their wealth, minimize their taxes, and plan for generational security. This year presents a massive opportunity. The demand for advisors who can help high net worth clients structure their assets effectively is greater than ever. In 2024, we saw some truly remarkable results within ASC. Many members who once hesitated to approach high net worth clients have now mastered the art of opening up valuable conversations with them, quickly demonstrating expertise that earned their trust. By applying the ASC framework, several advisors reported that they're opening up cases that are 5 times larger than usual. Others experienced transformation in client relationships, with satisfied clients not only returning but actively referring more high-value leads. The results speak volume about the effectiveness of this approach and the impact it can have on your career. Yet, it is no secret that working with high net worth clients comes with a unique challenge. Many advisors struggle to understand complex client needs or don't know where to start with decisions around wealth protection and asset structuring. This is where Asset Structuring 2025 can make all the difference. This year's modules are designed to evaluate you as the go-to advisor, also providing you with a comprehensive strategy that high net worth clients seek. Here's what you can expect when you join today. In May, International Asset Structuring Masterclass. Asset structuring for international clients is complex, but this workshop simplifies the process, providing you with strategies for optimizing wealth across different jurisdictions. We'll explore global tax-efficient structures, cross-border regulations, and the unique advantages of international financial centers so you're able to understand your clients' wealth confidentiality and handle them in very confident manner. By the end of the session, you'll know how to offer tailored solutions that accommodate the culture and regulatory environment, setting you apart as an expert in managing international wealth effectively. In August, comprehensive retirement planning and portfolio diversification. Retirement planning for high net worth clients requires innovative strategies that protect assets while ensuring growth and stability. In this workshop, you'll discover how to build diversified portfolios that withstand economic volatility with a focus on modern retirement strategies and alternative investments. These insights will allow you to secure your clients' futures and provide them with options that go beyond traditional stock portfolios, making you their trusted advisor and providing them financially stable retirements. October and November, we are going to have final sprint and 2025 market wrap-up. As the year draws to a close, our final sessions are all about helping you wrap up 2025 on a high note and prepare strategically for the year ahead. We'll review successful frameworks for closing big cases in Q4 and lay out market predictions for 2026. This is where you learn specific high-impact methods to end the year with record numbers and a solid plan for growth, ready to tackle new opportunities in the high net worth market. November, we're going to touch on trust and effective management, where basically we're going to talk about how to build the right trust structures and the legal process that will be daunting because this workshop is designed to simplify it. You'll gain tools to streamline trust management, automate documentation, and ensure compliance without sacrificing security. We are also going to discuss the importance of client communication in this context, empowering you to educate clients on how trust management protects their assets. By mastering these areas, you will be well positioned to provide the efficient professional experience that high net worth clients expect. For those who join us this month, your membership will last for a year, and you'll also get to attend February 2026 topic, 30 high net worth prospecting concepts, how to attract high net worth clients to ask you for a
Markets are falling. Interest rates may pivot.
members to prepare for the impact of UK law changes for their clients. Even if you do not have UK clients, sharing this knowledge differentiates you from the rest. In 2025, we'll be introducing new structures designed to offer value adds to your clients, along with trainings on how seamlessly to incorporate these strategies into your practice. This kind of on-demand learning helps you anticipate client needs and leverage emerging opportunities with ease. Join the 2025 journey to become the trusted asset structuring expert.